$100,000 deficit there, and that there's many other costs involved. So the reason I'm prefacing that is we're going to this budget knowing today is going to be a hard day. It's going to be a hard year for the city, but we're not going to forget what our overall duties are, and that's to provide governmental service, public safety service to the citizens of Willits. So I just wanted to start with a welcome of that, and today's gonna be a tough day, but we're going to continue on with the pledge of allegiance and then the roll. So, Chief, if you don't mind, could you please rise if you are able? Pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burton,
Here.
Gonzalez, Stransky.
Yeah.
Alanis.
Here.
Almond.
Here. The comments, the public comments today are going to be a little different than in the past. Basically, in the morning, you're going to have one chance at the bat. In the afternoon, you're going to have another chance at the bat. We're not going to get drugged down on any one topic unless it's a topic that is the most important topic of the financial. So at this point, if there's anybody who would like to make a 3-minute comment, you're welcome to. And it can be on any subject, budget or whatever, especially because I know it's a long day. If somebody needs to speak and leave, you're welcome to do that. But is there anybody who would like to use their first time at the bat? Hatch.
Good morning, council members. I'm Madge Strong, by the way, and I've read over the budget document quite a lot in the last several days and spent many hours trying to make sense of it. It's not only that it's coming to you very late, but it's also it's incomplete. You know, it's admittedly incomplete, and then there's the non-admitted incompletions throughout the document, and there's many things that are not explained, and there's many things that are actually inaccurate. The reason all that is important, and I can go into specifics a lot on this, is that you are having to struggle with a very huge deficit budget, as Mayor Holman just pointed out. And you need to have a good working document in which you can make intelligent decisions about how to address the problems that you have. And I don't think this document gives you the useful information that you need. It certainly doesn't work for me. It's sort of like taking a photograph and looking at a few pixels of it and not seeing the picture. You need the picture. What you are missing, among other things, is that there purports to be a statement about the general fund revenues, but there's no pie chart of that, and there's no detail of that. There's no historic record of that. What there is on the page that said it was going to be about revenues is one pie chart about expenses. And those expenses are grouped by administration, planning, police, which is a logical way to do it. But the rest of the budget doesn't do it that way. It's all little pieces, and you don't add them up. So I can't, and there's no dollar figures on any of that. So there's not any good data to work from. What I would hope to see would be those summaries of different kinds of expenses and different revenue sources, both of those revenues, expenses, going back to 2021. Because all you're getting in all of those other little pieces that you're seeing are comparisons to 23, 24, and 24, 25, neither of which are audited, and it doesn't give you a picture. So I think Mayor Allman is pointing out We have a systemic problem here. We are running a huge deficit. And you have to find out where that's happening and how to correct it. I could go into very specific details on a bunch of numbers that raise red flags for me that are not explained, that look inaccurate, by the way.
Okay, and this afternoon, some of those questions may be answered, and so please keep notes. If you need a pen and paper, let us know, and we'll get you a pen and paper, but write notes, because this afternoon, or maybe during lunch, you can explain those to me, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to give their comments now? All right. None? So I'm gonna close the comment for now, and we're gonna go to Manny. Hello.
Sorry, I was missing somebody that I don't think I see somebody that's supposed to be on right now, so.
Manny, speak louder.
Sure. So, present to you the 2025 budget workshop slideshow here, and in this, I have the city budget sections that we have that we're going to, the ones that we are going to talk about right now are just the general fund and special revenue funds. So within the general fund, do I have everyone? I do. Look for it really quick. Oh, it's in the agenda items, that's why. Okay.
You can put the, we change the hour to the slideshow. Is that up to you? Yes, you can. Look at that, but it's gonna be a lot easier for the audience to see the hour.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to jump this part. We'll just go from here. See how to place things. Okay. Okay. So, as you had point to Exhibit A, what you're going to find here is that the proposed general fund budget for expenditures is $6.8 million. The current revenue stream for general fund without Medicaid, $4.6 million. That would be on page 5 of the budget we have. This means that this particular budget has based on proposed allocations, has a general fund structural balance of $2.2 million deficit. So historical background, Measure K was passed in 2020 at a time where revenues were insufficient to cover standing positions, right? And in 2020, it was also known as the era of COVID. And so federal dollars were attached to relief funding that came to cities all over the nation. And with those cities, we also saw, within that time, we also saw sales tax rising as the approval of Measure K was coming into play. So with Measure K coming in, we had COVID-19 money coming in. We also had increasing taxes because people were kind of stuck at home and buying from home. We started seeing a rise, as you can see in sales tax right here, during that point in time. So additionally, at that point in time, it seemed like everything was turning around. It seemed like we were getting flush with money and everything was going on. Another thing that happened at that particular point in time was that we outsourced our payroll and everything so that we would have it be done on ADP. That would become important later on. But at that total time, the number of FTEs in the city, excluding part-time staff and excluding council, was about 49 people, 49 full-time employees. During 2021, as Measure K was building up, sales tax looked like it was doing good. We had a bank account that showed a lot of money that was coming in, a lot of revenues. It was at that point the new administrative vision came into practice where we were building up services and the city looked to tackle projects that were being held off and to add more staff to create more services. And there was a redesign of Public Works Department for more responsive action to the streets and parks. And that department was then reorganized to be called Services and Facilities. At that particular point in time, when I said we had 49, we moved up to about 9 more positions. 10 actually, once we update this slide. And I'll tell you where that extra position lies. So from the executive staff, we added 1 more position. From the community development staff, we added 2 positions. We removed the assistant city planner and added 2 more city planners. We broke up the building official and the code. So now we have a code compliance officer and a building official. And then we also added an office of this delivery. As for police department, the police department maneuvered around and added an administrative services coordinator, an administrative assistant, removed the police corporal, removed the community services officer 2, and had put it into the community services officer position and added the police dispatch. And at that time, in services and facilities, or public works, depending on how you look at it, we added a director, because we didn't have a director in line within the 1920 budget. We also took out project managers and assistant engineers. We added construction tech. We did a building maintenance worker. And then we added parks foreman and parks maintenance worker, street superintendent, street foreman, and 2 streets maintenance workers. So that, and all that reconfiguration, everything amounted to about 2 FTEs. And then finally, in wastewater, we had a increase in 1 FTE as we added a operator 1, 2, and 3. And then on plants and public works, we also added another operator as well. It just doesn't show up here. So that will be actually corrected later on. All in all, throughout all these, 10 positions were increased from 1920 to 2025. So that's what we're currently looking at right now.
So this is inaccurate by 1 position?
By 1 position, and that's not in this particular budget because that's a enterprise fund. So we haven't addressed that budget yet.
Do you go back to services and facilities?
Sure.
The contract specialist wasn't in the last version or one of the versions I saw before. It wasn't in the
Construction specialist or
contract.
Contract specialist.
Okay, it was Randy's position.
yeah.
Okay. It wasn't in last year's budget. According to the staff summary in the beginning of 2024.
So the old Public Works Department was redesigned into a services and facilities, which rearranged the focus from Public Works perspective, with streets being a component to the streets and parks. With streets being a component of streets and parks, from Public Works perspective, with the streets being a part of the Public Works side, and to a streets and parks perspective, where Public Works is a part of the component.
Can you clarify that? Sorry to but when you say that this was a redesign, a change in.
It looks like
You're speculating.
I'm speculating. We maneuvered around where we had Public Works people, and then we changed their titles to streets.
You say we though. That wasn't either a council decision that wasn't a directive from the city manager. That's just what you're presuming based on how the numbers have changed.
Yeah, how the numbers have changed. I'm not saying that it was or anything like that. It's just from the looking of how the positions and the names of the positions changed over time.
I think that clarity is important.
Yes.
In this discussion.
Yeah.
So I wanted
But
to.
it wasn't done by the city managers. This is before I got here. It was under his direction that those changes were made.
But you're not talking about changes, you're talking about the purpose behind the changes. You're talking about the operation of somebody's mind, which I don't think is
Yeah.
relevant.
Just looking at it from the perspective of the street titles. So there was a shift. And streets was the primary focus along with parks. And the transportation tax was used in order to be able to assist with that. So the streets staff was applied to the transportation tax in Fund 245.
What year did that happen?
As far as I can tell, it looked like it's in 2021. So the staff is doing quality work in the streets and making repairs and maintenance to streets and parks. The allocations of this budget right now that you currently have do not reflect that old allocation. The allocation now reflects those people in general fund.
Let me clarify one thing. When you said we added extra positions, there were changes to the descriptions and like parks foreman, parks maintenance, but people within who were already working for the city were transferred into those positions. It's not like we added extra people.
So, yeah, we did add a couple, but yeah, there were some transfers, some.
Most of it was transferred within the organizations. There was just changes within the job descriptions.
Exactly. Yeah. So we looked at a whole bunch of different factors to try and determine exactly what was actually causing these costs to increase. It wasn't CalPERS. We looked into a bunch of different factors to trying to determine exactly what the cost would be. And it wasn't CalPERS employer costs or UAL, because that seems to be fairly stable. There was an increase back in, or there is an increase currently in 25-26. But aside from that, we're not seeing any major issues or anything like that with the actuarials going into the future.
Do you think it would be safe to say that that increase in 25-26 is based on those employees that were not in the general fund, that should have been in the general fund, being moved back to the general fund?
I wouldn't presume to know that one. This is the forecast. That
Is it based on FTEs?
It is usually based on FTEs.
So when those people that should have been in the general fund were in transportation tax or some other fund, that would probably account for a bump.
Oh, yeah, that would.
That would
Yes.
account for a bump.
That would account for the bump. If we're applying.
Right, not a FERS change, not a.
Not a
just
change.
Change, just a.
You're correct on that.
Actual.
Yes.
Going back up and just say if we were to make 24-25 correct, it would probably see probably about that same number.
Yeah, if we were to move the funds from 245 over to the general fund, then we would have to adjust the UAO costs as well to reflect that. And so that would increase that section as well.
Right, so I think that's a question of whether or not the general fund should be required to reimburse the transportation tax for the amount of money spent. So then that number would potentially change in 24-25.
Yeah.
Realize actuals.
Yeah. General fund revenue expenditures. So this is a graph showing the structural deficit of the expenditures, with the line representing the amount of surplus or deficit that we're having, and it's right now currently at a deficit of about $2 million. With the staff allocation that is at with this particular budget. So, and without using Measure K dollars, we'll see Measure K rise as a result. So Measure K with the transfers being in the first couple of years. Now that taken into effect with no transfers later, we'll see the actual balance rise again if we don't either.
So it doesn't look like this chart shows the $2 million, or does it show the $2 million?
It shows the $2 million. That's why we're getting into. Yeah.
So then this number. Was this table changed to reflect that?
I believe that this table had an extra amount that was in it. Actually, no, this table does not reflect a revenue received as of end of July for Measure K.
So I think for the purposes of the meeting, we should say that to ignore the table on page 5.
Okay.
With other than the first line, which would be the general fund. Because it doesn't include revenue and it doesn't employment, correct? So other than the very first line, Fund 100, and the starting point.
So I have a question. Can you go back? We've got two slides. Okay, I'm sorry, one slide right there. So the proposed Measure K 25-26 of 3,380,000.
Yeah.
Is, you're saying that's the amount even after the $2 million has been transferred at the last council meeting?
That is the amount minus the accruals. So the accruals are not reflected in this particular graph. And so that is, it goes back up to the 3.6.
I want to make sure I have my question answered. That amount reflects us transferring $2 million out.
Yes,
Okay.
But it does, it includes accruals. It's not minus.
it does not exclude the accruals in this one. It's still supposed to be 3.6.
Okay.
Hold on, look, one. The table says like at the beginning of the year is 3.7.
Yeah.
$2 million is being.
3.6, 3.7, sorry.
3.7 being transferred out. So that makes it 1.7. So 3.3 would be 1.7 plus
1.7 plus 1.116. This is for the whole, I'm sorry.
That's not 3.38, that's 2.8. So
It has to be accruals. It has to be, it has to be with accruals.
so it has to be accruals, but it seems like it's too high. So,
All right,
so I want to be careful not to paint a picture of you're gonna have all this money in Measure K that you can.
yeah. So this is the table that we came from our,
I don't think
forecast.
that's correct.
If you don't mind, make a general comment about Measure K and this chart here. So in this chart, we're treating Measure K as it's basically a special tax that we're putting away, and you're accruing a balance of money, right, for special things. When we passed Measure K, it was for exactly what we're talking about today, and it actually says in the language that we have, a structural deficit in this budget. And that was back when we passed this. The intent of Measure K wasn't to make a slush fund where we can say, hey, in 10 years, we have $9 million. The intent of Measure K was to backstop salaries, backstop roads, all the things that we're talking about today with cutting money. So when we're talking about Measure K being a pool of $9 million in 10 years, I think that wasn't the intent of what the voters passed.
I think that's why it's a misleading chart.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify that.
It assumes that you're never gonna do anything with Measure K.
Correct.
But two, I think the inconsistency in your statement there is like it said in one of the first slides, that it was meant to cover standing current staffing, because there was a purported deficiency in the general fund to cover the current burden of staffing, and we've already shown that that's not what happened. Like salaries went from 2.9 to 4.5 in 5 years, and staffing went from 48 to 58, or 49 to 59 in 5 years. So I just want to be clear, like I want to be candid here about the current situation, and this isn't, when I look at the 23-24, this is the estimated $2.2 million deficit in 23-24. It's not new. It's not something that just happened.
I do want to acknowledge your point though, because it's exactly right. Sometimes the language sneaks in as if we're trying to fully fund Measure K, as if there was a capital program project. And we got to make sure we have enough money. We don't. That's the point about money, spend the money.
It's technically it's a general tax. It's a general 50+1.
Yeah.
I think the other thing, you have to remember, it's a 10-year tax, 5 years through it. And, put it as a line item support for staffing. It's not a sustainable model. That's not a sustainable.
And I want to start by saying to everyone, and this is philosophical because I've been involved in several tax issues. I don't believe that citizens pay taxes for the purpose of putting it into a savings account. Citizens pay taxes for the purpose of having government work efficiently. But as history has shown us now, the year that Measure K was passed was a year that somebody decided to hire 9 new employees. So it's almost like we mitigated our good fortune by increasing our staffing 20%. And so, while you're right, maybe that Measure K is used, this is what it's used for. We actually have to go kind of backwards to say, we have to correct some mistakes that were made over the last 5 years. And using Measure K to correct those, so while some things are needed for Measure K, general fund wise, because the citizens, they pay extra taxes, and honestly, they want a little extra in return. But they're not, right this year, they're not gonna get a little extra in return. We're just going to do everything we can to keep the wheels of government rolling.
Thank you. I completely agree. I just wanted to clarify this, that the intent isn't to have this $9 million balance at the end of 2030.
And I'll make
But
it bet with anybody right now that in 30-31, we will not have a $9 million balance. I mean, that's a very rosy picture, but it's not gonna happen. That's, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I could have Andy explain this graph and everything like that a little bit more detail, exactly what's going on with the 3.8.
Is he on the phone?
I think he's on the phone now.
Andy, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Are you muted? Are you
Can
muted?
you hear me now? I'm sorry.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I got you on mute, so. Or myself on mute.
Hey, we're on the Measure K funding balance with transfers table. Do you have it in front of you where you can explain it to them?
Which table? I'm sorry.
The Measure K fund balance with transfers,
Page 14 on the slideshow.
Yeah, I don't have that readily in front of me unless you show it on the screen, but I can show you that I can tell you where the fund balance came from. Okay. So what I did was I went back to the trial balance that was prepared for the beginning of fiscal 23-24, which is the year completely subsequent to your last completed audit, which is for 22-23. Okay. So I took that 22-23 audit, looked at the general fund balance, knowing that the general fund balance in the audit itself is made up of both the general fund, the core general fund, and Measure K, and potentially a portion of Fund 400, which is your capital projects fund. All right. So all of those balances, when added together, come reasonably and very close to the balance for the general fund in the audit in your trial balance. So my assumption for the Measure K balance at the beginning of 23-24 was that the Measure K is what you see stated on the chart that's put together. And I want to say that 3 or 4 million or something like that. From that amount, the only thing coming in is the sales tax. So the sales tax is coming in subsequent to that audit being done for 23-24 and as estimated for 24-25. The estimates were pulled from the HDL report, or I'm sorry, the Muni Services report, which is your sales tax consultant. So those are guesses until we actually receive the final payment for 24-25, which is due. Actually, the information is due by tomorrow from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. And then we'll know exactly what 24-25 looks like in terms of Measure K. All of those numbers were added, and then the only two reductions from Measure K were a $1.3 or $1.6 million reduction in I believe it was 24-25, the current year, and then another $2 million that's built into the budget for 25-26. That's how all those numbers in that chart, assuming they're unchanged from what I provided, are flowing. There's no other information flowing in or out of the Measure K fund balance.
Andy, these fund balances that you're referring to, they include accruals, correct?
They include accruals. That's correct. Yes.
So Andy, this is Rod. You're saying that the Measure K fund balance, July 1st is actually 4.2 million? July 1st, 2025?
You know what? Let me open something up real quick. Bear with me and give me a minute. I'm going to open up my forecast on another computer so I can tell you exactly what it is that I'm doing.
I don't think it's critical.
It's okay.
Yeah, I just.
Look at the narrative here and speaks to something slightly off that narrative. Like going down a rabbit hole, where these numbers come from, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, we know what we have, so. Okay.
Okay, and then go back to my slide over here. Dashboard.
So moving forward. In the general fund, we have 6.61923 for revenues coming in. If we include transfers from Measure K. And we have a total expense of $6.8 million, leaving a $222,000 deficit, even with the Measure K transfer coming in.
Of which transfer, the bulk
The
transfer?
bulk transfer, the bulk transfer of $2 million.
Okay.
You go back to that slide, the one slide,
Which one?
the one right before.
That one?
No, I'm sorry.
Continue on.
So this is the FTE, and you have it as a page. And there, this is the current FTE matrix that we have. There's going to be some slight changes in it, just to accommodate for planning, moving a compliance officer and a building official. Aside from that, this is where it's landing. And I think there's also an addition.
Special.
Yeah.
Is it different from the?
The one that's in the budget is not currently there right now. It is actually represented within the narratives. So each of the narratives has its component applied to it. If you look at each one of the narratives for a city clerk, you'll see that the FTEs were applied there.
Right.
And this one is just going to be placed in front of the whole entire narrative here. Right after
This
this.
one again, copy?
Yes, right out front.
I think Dolores,
But it does,
Dolores,
There's grabbing it for you.
but it does not include does it include the percentages of administration and enterprise funds,
Yes.
water administration. Okay, I didn't have that before. I was curious in the finance section of that list you have. Put yourself in for a quarter, but you weren't in at all in the list that I previously.
Yeah, it was missing. And even these right here, you don't have a full FTE for finance director. You have a quarter, you have a 0.5 that you took from an hour. But you have all the finance directors.
Should equal one.
Sherry, when we get to it.
And that's outside.
Well, I'm just looking at the budget thing that was delivered to me, and it has assistant city manager, five, city clerk for 0.18, city manager for 0.24. But that's on the finance treasurer deal, so, yeah. And so then what I was given
It should reflect.
in my Monday and Friday distribution of that is that consistent with what was handed out today?
Yes.
That there's no changes?
No.
So, okay, but there's change on this.
No, that should be the listing of it, just as a matter of, it's the whole entire picture of the entire city, rather than just, general fund and all, and 244 and 245. 245 please.
So okay, then, we're going down to the third column, I mean, the third item on that, on 100-1200 budget for the finance.
Okay.
100-1300.
Mm-hmm.
The finance director is in there for,
0.25.
but in the 1300 in here, There's no finance.
Did we get it wrong? Did we fix it out? We need something for those. Replication of the city administration, not of finance. My apologies, either your director. The actual allocations would be 0.28 of accountant, 0.1 of administrative specialist, 0.04 of city clerk, 0.25 of finance director, 0.54 of office assistant 3 finance, and 0.05 of office assistant 3 community development. That should be added.
This is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll correct that, but that's what it should be.
So what's in here should be the correct.
Yes.
That changes the budget.
It doesn't actually, the budget's reflecting of what's in this one. This is a narrative that is a Word document that apparently that one got mixed. So that will be corrected.
Well, I have a. Problem then with the table on it doesn't seem to be. That much staffing.
118,000 plus 49,000 or 50,000 in benefits.
I think that reflects.
Yes. So from the general fund proposed budget, we have a total from non-departmental of 219,657 in expenses. The negative in the prior year is has a shift in how we are doing our transfers over. So that way we're reflecting the true expenses rather than having the transfers in here. As for city council, city clerk, it's 100,866. For city administration, it's 764,000. For pool operations, it's 74,000. Finance is 313,000. Human resources is 255,861. Legal is 89, and elections is 80.
So the FTE on this comes to 63 as opposed to 58 or 59 we've been talking about.
On which one then? For this, you mean which part?
City most district positions by department.
Okay. What is your question again? I'm sorry.
So we've been talking here so far today that we have 58 or 59 employees. This says 63.
The difference between the, that number and the other is the units are included in this one. The council is included. The council is included.
So it'd actually be 64 with the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
One image.
and this number includes unfilled positions too, right?
Yes.
How many current unfilled positions are there?
Total about 7. Yes.
That's citywide.
But citywide. Well, no, it's not citywide. I think that would be set in the general fund. See what we got. So yeah, we got it through. We have an administrative assistant, dispatcher, 2 sergeants. Here.
Are these all police?
These are, yeah, those are police right now. We have, project coordinator, thank you. A water operator and I know there's another one.
There's 5 in the police department, 1 in service and facilities, and 1 in water, right?
Correct.
So
That's correct. Thank you.
7 total.
7 total. So in police administration, proposed budget is 718,254, and expenses, police dispatch is 851,000. Police field operations is 1.73 million. Emergency services is 7,000. Planning is at 437,000, 438,000. Code enforcement's at 100,000, and building and safety is about again.
So if you were to have to describe all these changes, I mean, they're just numbers, like how would you give a brief description of the changes from the previous slide? Would you have?
So the previous slide,
Same, it's the same, you're going through changes.
I'm going through the changes right now.
Yeah,
So,
but it doesn't. I mean,
yeah, we're, okay.
what's the basis, what's,
Well, we're gonna dive into what that,
Is that coming up?
piece,
Is that-
yeah, that's coming up.
thank you.
So 267 in service for the facilities, and operations for service for facilities is 180. Parks and recreations is 272, and streets is 86,000. So current structural deficit's about $2.3 million with this budget as it stands with the current allocations. And we can make the current adjustments to these by organizing certain items. We know that we're gonna get a $90,000 increase from the COPS funding. There's railroad trail funding revenue that wasn't included in this original budget, so we went through and we found some revenue that is coming in. It's 145,000 for railroad trails, non-infrastructure. For the Clean California grant, there's 21,000 of non-infrastructure coming in.
Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, those are staff costs. Those are staff costs that we're charging out to these grants that are reimbursing us back. And that'd be for this year.
You know what a loaded rate is for current staff and how many hours that would be
It varies for different people.
to make up, get to 180,000?
We would have, we'd have to come back around to it, but yeah,
Just curious.
yeah.
It's a lot of hours.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot.
So, Department of Water Resources is 11,500 coming back to, for reimbursing staff time. Cal Recycle is reimbursing us about 32,000. California Energy Commission Solar App is also reimbursing staff about 23,000. And FAA grant, that would come in has about 19,000 coming in.
So Mary, these are nice, however, and this is not a personal directed question, but is this pie in the sky revenue?
No, this is revenue that we have coming to us.
A lot of these are grants that are being administered by the community development department, and what Manny's showing on there is within those grants, there's money set aside to pay city staff for their time implementing the grant programs.
And that hasn't already been put into consideration in our grant and the funding and
In
the budget?
In the budget, it has not.
Okay.
Then what's the source of the decrease for planning? Just changing how? It seemed like I would have expected that to be the source of the decrease in funding.
I know we reduced our operating budget by approximately 35%. I couldn't, without going through the numbers, I couldn't think good.
One of the big aspects is planning, community development used to have a separate department for cannabis. That budget, we basically manage it all through community development, so they wound all the cannabis back into community development, and so there's dropped a lot of that budgeted cost for the cannabis program. Since the community development staff is already doing it, there's no point in having the cannabis umbrella.
There was,
And so a lot of that got wiped out of the budget.
yeah, there was also
So
a
it just
considerable
shifted,
amount of
it
administrative.
just shifted in the general.
Yeah,
Right,
just
you took
shifted.
cannabis and you've spread it out through the general.
Yeah, because the
Yeah,
administrative
yeah.
staff was included within the cannabis fund.
But it did
So,
decrease by.
right, so then you took the city manager, let's say, and you said, we're gonna take you out of cannabis, potentially not shifted it to general fund. Because I see some of it went to enterprise fund, is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah, so basically what we did, we took an equal amount, so whatever the distribution was without the cannabis, we spread that based on its percentage. So, given, they weren't doing any more cannabis activity, so their activity then rises appropriate, proportionally in each activity. So that's how that distribution occurred. We want to take it even further than we can go.
Well, I mean, it's gonna come down to this.
Yeah.
And you have to figure out, I mean, council has to be comfortable with how much the people that are paying their water bills are paying for administrative staff, and how much people are paying their sewer fees are paying for administrative staff.
Mhm.
That's always been the balance,
Yes.
so.
I mean, I think you really need to go to historical city manager in 1995 was putting the same amount of time into enterprise funds as they are. I mean, it'd be hard to argue that they've had an increased participation in enterprise.
And I appreciate you saying that, Bruce, because in looking at the past budget, without casting stones, it appears as if people have been trying to justify positions by reallocating some of their responsibilities to funds that had more money. To make whoever's sitting on the council feel, okay, that's about right, you know, do I think that it was creative financing? Yeah, I think it was creative financing by somebody realized that the funds are getting low, but, you know, the enterprise fund has more funds, so let's say that I'm doing more work for them, so I'm going to increase my reimbursement from that fund to here.
I don't think they were that sophisticated, or we wouldn't have had to backfill the general fund with $1 million because it was spent. I mean, they there was some of that probably going on, but I don't know that they felt any need to.
It's all catching up to us right now.
It's just,
The cows have come home to roost.
that was.
So just to speak to this a little bit more, some of the funding that you see up here is work that's already been done that's gone out for reimbursement. That includes the FAA grant, and it also includes the flood annex work.
I think what you kind of need on those,
Yeah.
Dusty, is an aging, is saying that, you know, if that 140, if you take that to the bank and ask for a loan based on, this is an accounts receivable, they're gonna ask for an aging, and anything over 60 days, they're gonna say, no, we're not gonna lend 75% of that balance because but we need to, without some backup on that, it's hard to incorporate that into the working budget, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to quite answer that directly, but the point to make would be that these are grants that were awarded, and within those total grant award, there's money set aside for city staff to complete work. So as the work's done, you're able to get reimbursed for it and then get paid off. So it helps offset salaries, I believe. And then I was just gonna finish by saying the solar app is something for the building official to complete over the next fiscal year. The 1383 grant is something set aside for the code compliance officer to complete over the next fiscal year. And then the Clean California grant revenue and the railroad trail revenue for non-infrastructure, that's for, you know, the planners to complete over the next,
So
year and a half of the.
you're saying in some cases the work has not been completed, that the reimbursement isn't due because the work is anticipatory, not.
Correct. So this is exactly, two of those projects I mentioned have been completed and reimbursements are in flux. And then the other is, the rest of it's, we've drawn down on the grants, but this is the remaining balance set aside for staff time to complete over the next year. So
I know we talked about this testing, and I want to be sure that, because I talked to Russell Henderson about it a little bit too.
Yeah.
And his expectation was that this was going out for RFP and it was going to be consulted performing this non-infrastructure work. Have they approved? Do they have to approve not, having that done in-house, or, it's just, also like, you know, what's the scope, right? What's the, we don't need to get too deep into that, but I know there was some timing on that as well.
Yeah, there's a work plan that was established to describe the non-infrastructure work for the railroad trail project. Initially, we had decided to split the work among city staff and consultants. recognizing it's a big chunk of work to get done, and the split was something like 76,000 for staff, the remaining for consultants. When the situation with the budget came to fruition, there was an opportunity to pivot a little bit in case we wanted to maintain all that funding to support city staff and eliminate the need for consultants for that specific project. So working with Russell Hansel and local assistants, we had a request into the CTC to delay putting that project out for RFP for potential consultant selection. And I need to circle back. I think it was for the CTC meeting for this month, and I'm not sure if that happened yet or not, but the expectation is they will approve that request.
Okay, so, just real. Considering the 2.3, I'm assuming is the revised number.
It's a revised.
2.33 versus 2.22, which is on the first slide. I just want to make that clarification. It begs the question, considering the structural efficiency and the reliance on Measure K, whether or not it's a good idea to continue to move forward with the rail trail project at this point in time. I'm going to ask you if you think that's a good idea.
You're asking me?
I'm asking you.
So the last two reimbursements requests we went through with Caltrans got reimbursed in 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. So that was good. We requested expediting processing. That seems to be one of the fundamental issues with that project is our current situation with cash and being able to front the funds. We had a good conversation, I would say, Rod, with the team and came up with some ideas on how to minimize the time between when we pay out and when we get the funding back. If we're comfortable with that issue, then I'm not sure what the benefit is of suspending that project. The other concern I have is, and again, there's Walter or, certainly you, Rod, or Davey, this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse for sure, because I don't manage construction projects or consent to. But if you do delay the project, there's probably some additional costs that come in for demob and remob is my understanding. And I don't expect that the grants would pay for those costs that we essentially put on ourselves. And so we may be out of pocket for some amount of money if we did suspend it. And then I also get concerned that, if we get towards the end of the project, and I know we're looking at hopefully recognizing some significant cost savings on the project here with the change order soon, that may put us back in the green as far as being able to pay, for the project exclusively with the 2 grant funding sources that we have. But if we did need to seek a little bit more money at the end, I think we're going to be in a better position if we don't suspend the project than if we do. So I don't see the need to suspend the project, in my opinion.
Like, kind of seems to have been practice. You're prioritizing the project over the operations of the city. It's some kind of, but I would say if you have a budget that is 50%, you're 50% greater than your expected revenue. That's your structural deficit. It's 50% more. So the burn rate is 50% higher. And that's primarily payroll. It's not expenses. So to just say, well, we have to continue, and if there's a little additional cost, whatever that might be, we just have to continue the project. We know that there would be some costs incurred because of suspending the project. We're talking about suspending the project, not delaying.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know for sure that we can continue to float the amount billed because we don't know what's necessarily coming. I know it's forecasted, but I think so. But if I'm to summarize, you think it's best to continue with the project. That's what I heard.
I do.
Yes.
Would it be somewhat academic if they don't get their permits in place to do the bridge installation prior to the rainy season?
The permits are in place. Those, The bridges are on their way. Bridges come September, October. They're manufactured, they've been paid for. They're set to be delivered within the month, the first ones.
I know, but I heard last meeting was reported that there was alterations needed to be made to the 1602s, and that the timeline for getting those approved was indefinite.
That's with Fish and Wildlife, and it's not indefinite. No, they'll be coming through those permits. I was just talking to Garrett right now. They're moving ahead on those the next couple of weeks. They'll get approval. We just got the revised set of plans from GHD, and those have been submitted, and those are getting approved right now. So there shouldn't be a delay with Fish and Wildlife right now, and bridges. They're going to be installed as per schedule in September, October, as of this moment, yes.
But the permits are not in place.
They're gonna get them within the next week or two, yeah,
So that was a misstatement then to say that the permits are in place. I
yeah,
just want,
yeah, they're not,
To be clear,
they're
yeah.
coming, yes. And there were revision of the original permits, it's not that there was never a permit there, they're revising them for some design changes.
right, but they couldn't put them in today. So
Not today, because we don't have the bridges, no.
You know, city manager, I would also like to, you know, as you probably already know, many other cities are struggling with the same financial issue, dealing with the rails to trails issue. And I feel like if we were to bend over backwards and make sure that our end is finished, it would really not be the truth. I think the state of California and the people who are pushing this and the regional leaders who want this to happen should really take another look at what they're asking cities to do, because I mean, they're pushing us to the brink here. And without securing more additional promising for funding or additional reimbursement, but we're only going to get reimbursed for the two things we got, the two existing ones. I would like to see perhaps suspending it or have other cities suspending it, because they're not going to end it. They're not going to just be like, well, I guess we can't do it. They're going to figure out a way to make sure that what they want happens. And I just don't want to shoulder all that burden on us under this guise of like, well, we can just get the money from someplace else, because we really don't have any someplace else to get that money. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second, Sherry, hold on 1 second. And Sherry, you came in a little bit late, and we opened this up with public comment for the morning, and we're gonna have public comment this afternoon. And so what I'd ask you to do is please write down the page number of what you're gonna comment on and write down your comment, right?
What's this handout? Is this one of the handouts?
It's a PowerPoint.
Yeah, and we don't have it either, it's just on a power. So, all right, so Dusty,
Okay.
at the end of it's my understanding that Rails to Trails is gonna be finished probably in February, March.
I think the great time, like spring, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's not a question, that's just a statement, that's my understanding. At this point, is it expected that the city of Willits is not gonna have to pay anything that's not reimbursable from here to the end of the project?
I think without identifying additional cost savings at this point, we can't say that that's true. I think the last update had us at a budget of about 200 and something thousand over.
Just around 200,000, and part of it, we don't know if the testing and special testing services, if that's reimbursable, we're gonna find out about that. That, the city is shouldering that, and out of that 200,000, that's a portion of about 120,000 of that.
Right.
Yeah.
So if the next change order for the bridge abutment saves us, we're thinking something around 300 to 500,000.
It would
So it may be that within the next month or so, we would be back in the green.
Okay.
Based on that cost savings.
Thank you.
And the way that the reimbursements are working right now, you know, we might be only, well, Rod will tell me that's speculative.
Okay.
But we've made some progress on expediting the reimbursement so that we're not having to front the funds for as long or some, maybe at all.
And Manny, at lunchtime, can you please print out this PowerPoint?
I already have it down.
Thank you very much.
but we still have to pay before we, in the financing. That's the requirement.
Say it again.
We have to pay before we can.
Right, yeah. Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, so if we employ all these options, it'll, total revenue generated would be about 342,702, which leaves us with 1.93515 remaining to cover. So in addition with that, there's other options associated with this as well. We can reduce audit expenses because we're currently active in our audit right now. We are in the interim and our auditors are coming in next week on Monday. So once they complete their field work, which is usually about a week, then it takes them about 4 to 6 weeks to generate financials.
So wait, I thought the money we spend for our audits is absolutely mandatory.
Yes,
And you're saying reduce audit expenses?
because we were doing 2 to 3 years of audits each year. And so that stacked up. That stacked up in costs.
So that's gonna happen no matter what.
That's gonna happen no matter what, but we don't have to have $80,000 worth of audits.
Okay, got it.
We have $50,000 worth.
Okay.
And so that we're reducing it by $30,000. So we're also reducing, marketing expenses from HR by 20,000 and legal expenses by 50,000. Because
So the marketing expenses, we're gonna have expenses in our recruitment for our community.
we do have a recruitment expense, but not marketing.
Okay, thank you.
And then legal expenses. So, side of that, we also have a public office assistant or part-time office assistant, in finance, which is vacant, so if we freeze that, that's 14,000.
Wait, so to reduce legal expenses in HT is,
HR? HR. My apologies. I'm typing fast.
Thank you.
Oh, is that Weaver Cassidy stuff, or is that?
If I remember correctly, that's just side, Lieber Cassidy lands in someplace else. Yeah, this one was just a side pot. Or other outside events. So that may change. But the hope is, we haven't used it, so that is in the budget, so we're hoping to eliminate that one as well. 2 police sergeant vacancies at about 100,000 each. And dispatcher vacancy if we don't fill it. And then we do have 2 FTEs kind of covering dispatch sections as well, or dispatch FTEs as well. And that is 111, we're subtracting the cost of the part-time with the full-time equivalencies. It's 111 in savings now.
But
I know.
what you say, you're saying you're taking 2 part-time positions and making it
No.
2 FTE?
No, right now we currently have 2 part-time positions in dispatch that are covering somewhat covering the 2 FTEs within the budget itself. If we don't hire those dispatch, it's 111 in savings. But I know that there is some contention on that one as well because dispatchers are needed and there's only 2, 1 supervisor and 1 dispatch that are there at the moment. And so we have ourselves 3 vacancies within that if we're not counting the part-timers covering those shifts.
Right, yeah, there's 4 dispatchers.
4 dispatchers in total.
We can't expect 2 people to cover 20%, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day,
Understood?
right?
Yes.
So this, I mean, this, you're saying this isn't a savings.
No.
I'm gonna cut to the chase, and I'm just gonna say, like, and I see the math with creative 20,000 here, 50,000 there. You get to just about what Measure K amounts to, right? So then if you had added Measure K in, you would cover 25, 26.
Well, these are
Am I close there, or am I just,
not really.
I'm just drawing, put the coincidental.
Yes,
Okay.
So this is more.
Okay.
But what we're doing is we're also just identifying what is available. So I'm not saying that this is actually going to be agreed upon. I'm giving you guys the options of what can be done. That's what we have.
Can we have, Chief, can you speak to the vacancies and the needs of the PD, please?
So, staying with dispatch, if you eliminated 3 dispatch positions, it would leave what is currently staffed, which is a dispatch supervisor and a dispatcher. Meaning that they would have to work 12-hour shifts every single day, every single week, every single month.
7 days a week.
7 days a week. No vacations, no sick days.
That's sustainable. That's not realistic.
So I would not recommend that option.
Yeah.
So, currently in patrol staff in the field, we currently have 2 full-time officers that are in the field and 1 sergeant. And just for frame of reference, we do not patrol our streets. Which I know is a goal of mine, right, to increase staffing to do that. So with those recommended options, we would not be able to staff and cover the streets.
So let me go ahead and preface it too. These are not recommendations. These are
Just options. I get it.
These are
I think, we're gonna, I mean, this is kind of an overview and then we're gonna go through these individually, right?
Yes.
I mean, Tom, is
That'd
that?
be great, yeah, I agree.
So,
So,
I mean, I could get sucked into this conversation.
yeah, let's not go down that rabbit hole. So continue down with our options.
Okay, so, and then.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, well, and so, sorry, that really leaves us where the remaining deficit of about 1.364, right? Use of Measure K funds would be 1.16865, which Measure K is again ending in 5 years, like Tara pointed out. So we also have another option where we can reallocate the city streets maintenance workers and foremen and superintendents back to Fund 245. And I provided the ordinance because I provided the ordinances for both Measure K and Measure A in there in your packets so that it could be reviewed. Because I think that it's necessary for us to kind of look at, see what is the original intent for each one of these subcomponents, whether or not it's to cover the shortfall, cover whatever it is, so that we guys have an option to look at all of this stuff. And so I provided the 2003-05 ordinance and the expenditure plan associated that was with it, along with the city minutes that were provided back in January 8th, 2003, to see the original intent on what Measure A was about, and also the ordinance associated with Measure K. So that way we can see them and just kind of make our decisions based on that. So, and that's the last of our options. And another one is position control. One of the things that I wanted to talk about is position control. The fact that we increased by 9 positions and it just happened by the shuffle and everything like that happening throughout the budget is something that kind of concerns me. We should have it to where the council is very well aware of what positions are maneuvering and how and why. So if there's nothing else that we want to see, I want to see us build processes that keep position control in mind. So that way we know when we're adding a position, eliminating a position, moving a position, anything like that, we have that properly accounted for. And it goes to you guys for approving.
I think you're getting the argument there.
You're not supposed to go.
I think we can, if you want, we can
Practice.
should we take a break or anything like that before we go into the meat and potatoes of the actual?
We're gonna break, you're planning on noon for lunch. If we can just keep going through 45 minutes. Okay.
All right,
Yes, thank you.
so general fund.
Okay, so
Okay, before we go on here, just the packet to have the Measure A stuff in there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And this was just giving to us today.
Today. Yeah, I had to find it.
What's your perspective on Measure A?
What-
Can you give us perspective?
I just,
You put it in front of us to.
Yeah.
To make a point, and I would like to
I'm
know,
not making a
I would
plan.
like to know your intent of bringing forward the
I would say, what's the point of bringing this up?
the
Right?
Measure A ordinance.
Measure A and Measure C wasn't just wanting to talk to provide options.
Because you just talked about moving staff back into Measure A, right?
Yeah, that's an option too.
Why, how is that an option?
It could, it's up to the decision of council whether or not.
I don't think it's up to the council. I think it's up to the voters.
Yeah, we can't supplant budget.
So I think we've talked about this from like the very beginning when I first reviewed the 24-25 budget.
I mean, the short paragraph, shall an ordinance be, this is what's on the ballot, shall an ordinance be adopted? One, impose a transactions and use tax at the maximum rate of 0.5% to be used exclusively for the maintenance, repair, replacement, and construction and reconstruction of the city's road system. That's what
We dissected that one many times.
Yeah.
You know, we've been back to all the publication, everything,
It's not an option.
everything that went out to the public back then, beyond just the ordinance.
But I think you can look at the historical use of that fund in the 10 years first, that succeeded with that passage, and you'll see the appropriate level of administrative and overhead expense in that account. And I think it faded after 2016 because here's started to get.
Lost institutional knowledge.
It was just, you know, just seems like conversations going all over the map there. I'm not. really
Yeah, no,
sure
I
what
was-
that-
I was
do with
providing
anything that's working on right now or what we need to be working on. We have several hours to work on. We got
Yeah.
a packet to go through and it just seems like unnecessary conversation about going to different things. We know our options as city council. So
Yeah.
we know what we could and couldn't do. We really just need to get the facts about the situation so far. And so far, what we discovered is that in the packet on page 5, this summary of working capital isn't actually accurate. We've already discovered that some of the information on this packet that you gave us for full-time equivalents wasn't actually accurate. I mean, it's just, would like to refocus on what it is that we need to be working on at this point. So we're going to start with the general fund, correct? On page 7. Correct? All right. So just my first question on page 7 here is, it says the proposed 24, fiscal year 25-26 revenues total on page 7 is $4,185.
$4 million.
All right, again, this chart may be defunct, but it actually says 4.6 here under the scene heading.
Okay.
Are those 2 different numbers?
Those are 2 different numbers.
Okay, so,
So you're looking at, the operating revenue for the general fund in total. This is the general fund as it is non-departmental.
okay,
There are some other, when you go through the other worksheets, you'll notice that there's revenue in each one that's associated specifically for those particular programs.
okay, so the $460,000 difference will be found.
Will be found as you continue forward with the budget.
Thank you, sir. I just have one more question for you before you start here. Under the franchise tax, under franchise fee gas, right? We went from an estimate adopted budget of 30,000 last year, but nothing was spent. Is that correct?
Received and,
Well, this is revenues, right? So
this is revenues, yeah. Nothing was received from from PG&E. And I believe what happened is that it was, you see the 149? That money went into, because it's PG&E, it went into electricity as well. So it didn't get delineated out. So that will be corrected by journal entry.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was increased by about that amount.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
So I just ask if this slide, which I can't read, is the same as the pages in the.
page 7.
It's page 7 and page 8.
Okay, yeah, so it's the same number.
Yes, same numbers up there.
Also, on page 8, just as a reading thing here, there are the titles in the back, even though it's page 2, get a free Philippines, something.
Yeah,
Make sure the titles come in the back, because as you're reading columns, you flip it over, you can't tell what columns are anymore.
You got it.
But it's here. You can see it there.
Okay, yeah, so Madge, that answers your questions. That's the front and back page of page 7 and 8.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. So
Okay.
since I can't read the slide, it's
I get it.
small.
I get it.
So you have no FTEs on this.
No, we do not. This is
Yeah.
non-departmental revenues and some non-departmental expenses.
Got CalPERS.
CalPERS expenses are being represented here.
Are those a total CalPERS for all employees in the city for our fiscal year?
No, to the general fund component of the CalPERS costs. So they're delineated by the FTEs that are associated with them, except for the UAL for safety plan. That's pretty much all general fund.
Is bouncing around miscellaneous revenue. 93,000 to 365 to 506. What does that? What's making that? Those numbers?
There are random things that come in. One was a humble payment. Another one was there's all sorts of different small items that come through every now and then. We try to minimize it as much as possible and trying to delineate it, but some of it, we can't predict what some things happen. Sometimes there's an enactment of something from the state that just gives us money. CARES Act came through there. And so we don't anticipate these funds throughout the year all the time. And so it seems to be fairly stable. It's just not necessarily like something that we can find. And if I remember correctly with this particular one, there is FEMA money that's coming in, and we know that that's coming in December sometime. So that's the amount that we're anticipating at that point. But we don't always get FEMA and to make a line item for it. So that's what this is.
Where's the other general fund revenue to make up the 4.6?
So if we go down the line, in 1,200, you have buildings and grounds rentals at 20,000. Going down the line further, you have pool admissions at
Just slow down
11,000.
for a second so we can.
Oh, sorry, no.
You just start again, please. Cause I couldn't find the meter, so I was.
Okay, yeah, so
To 20,000.
we have the 20,000, sorry, back up. 20,000 in 1,200,
Page number are you on?
14, page number 14.
Okay, good.
Revenues. And page 17, we have 23,000 segmented there.
So is it spread throughout and it's not all in the first,
It's not all in the
it's
first.
not all in 100 revenue.
No,
So there's $500,000 somewhere else spread out, say 4.185
Right,
versus 4.6, but
I did a column here, it's from all those other departments in the general fund. Like Mandy started saying, 20,000 in city admin, 23,400 in pool, 16,500 in police admin.
What was the total?
And you add all those other departments that are part of that general fund, and you get to the 4,619. But the general fund, the Department 1,000 is only 4,185. There's enough, yeah, those other departments all make up that other 500,000.
Okay, so if you did the math on that, that's great. We can add all those up.
Yeah, no.
We have all of it, it's $434,000 is the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that being said, I feel like, again, since a lot of what we're trying to do is communicate that with the public, that's pretty unclear. I mean, I didn't suspect that you were doing that. I wasn't sure that what was going on. I added a billion different numbers. I never got the right combination and appreciate this, everyone stepping in and doing some of that labor on it, but I didn't hear it from you just now. So appreciate, just need to get some, I don't know how that could be reported in the budget. I mean, I don't know if they need a new sheet or a different sheet, or it needs to be part of the narrative, or it needs to be
like
part
the
of.
total general fund.
Yeah, because it really doesn't even say the total number of general fund money and the entire sheet.
And thank you, Director. Continue on.
What are the benefits items? Not staff benefits. What is it?
sorry.
Why are benefits added to revenue? And who?
Benefits aren't added to revenue, we're at benefits for expenses.
Okay,
Page 7, yeah, so page 7 is the yes. Right.
Well, the top part is revenues.
okay.
Benefits underneath it is expenses.
But so how do you want to do this? Do you want to, would you like me to talk about each particular one, or would you like rather just go through each one and have us ask questions? Because
Well, I like to stick like page by page.
Right.
So page by page, and then, we'll clear the council, and, then, I know I said 3 minutes, if you absolutely have an outstanding question or something in the audience, then let us know, but, if it's a comment, I prefer you to say this after lunch. Make sense? It's a question, yeah,
Questions, okay.
yeah,
Okay.
So I don't have any other questions.
all right. Bruce,
Well, I mean, I think that the one that always took a fair amount of time in previous years is on the next page, if you're ready to go there, and that's the charitable contributions to the.
That's the least comfortable part of today.
One of the least, and you don't have the recipients in the room, that makes it a little less. So, usually in my experience of doing budgets, everything, after we did that, everybody left. But, they're there for you to see. I mean, the Chamber of Commerce is mandated.
Well, that's, but yeah, transient occupancy tax,
Their percentage of TOT is kind of a lot. The rest of them are totally arbitrary. And they went up to $107,400. So, I mean, I think that for the benefit of the discussion, we're not going to discuss it individually and arrive at some decision, which we need to.
so what,
Wrap that up on the board is a possible savings.
yeah. What are contingency expenses? That's a pretty high number, 79,000. Oh, it's 6,000. Hold on one second. Manny, you know what contingency expenses are? Are those just office expenses that come up?
The 79,000?
Yeah.
Eight.
Yeah. I'd have to look and see what that's about, because that's, an expense that, or, yeah, that's an expense that happened last year. And that's
It's
nothing.
not in this year's budget.
It's not in this year's budget.
But in last year's budget.
It wasn't in last year's budget. I don't know what that number is, so I have to look at it. And I'd have to get back to you.
Right, no, you don't have to, okay.
I mean, I think it's being somewhat naive that you don't have contingency expenses. In a contract, we set 10%.
Understood, but that seems like a high number for contingency.
79,000.
That's over $1,000 a week of contingencies.
But it's zero for this year.
Yeah, okay, got it, okay.
Yeah, and I'll look at it and take a look at, we're actively in our close right now, so that'll be one thing, item I look at, probably journal out.
And that TOT money, that is obligatory?
Yes, that's totally, 15%, we get,
Yeah.
the TOT we get in.
Yeah.
We're obligated to give the Chamber of Commerce 15%, so we're keeping 85%.
It's 11.11%.
Right, actually, I was gonna say, I think we actually gave them, the last time, we gave them more than what the minimum was. And this time, it seemed like we went up.
If I remember correctly, they came to us and asked us to increase.
We increased our percentage.
Right.
Increase the percentage by 15%.
Are they gonna be okay with them not getting increased? Because it looks like we went up again this year.
We've got a contract with them.
And they've been promised 45,000.
This is the projected amount. It's not, that fluctuates with what we get from the hotels for the TOT.
So depending on the revenue of the hotel, it could be a little less, it could be more.
Sure, but the previous year, it was 36,000, then it was 34,000, and now we're allocating 45 just in case.
Because we're thinking that TOT is gonna rise, so if TOT rises, just slightly, then then we'll have to pay more.
It's the percentage of the total,
So
so
I get that. I just think that's a big percentage. And they're not sure. I mean, they were off by, 15,000 the first time 2 years ago. They were off by several thousand last year, and then we increased how much we're off of. And I just didn't know, since we're estimating.
Question?
Yes. Maybe you have a dollar amount under other expenses, the last line, admin and overhead, and it's a negative 588,000.
Yes,
Can you talk about where's that savings coming from?
it's actually a redistribution of the expenses for administration costs. So when we do administrative costs, we actually redistribute from different areas, those costs. So from different funds that have that.
Right, so,
distributed.
but are you putting all the redistribution here rather than where it's
Yeah, because
originally
it's
charged
administrative.
to? No, wouldn't you put it where it was?
It's an amalgam of all the different departments all pushed together. And then what we do is we carve out
Right.
the various people who have already been distributed.
Right, no, I get that. Why wouldn't you do it by department though?
It is in the transfer out, and here it's the transfer in.
Yeah. So it transfers out to the
Okay.
various other funds
Oh,
and transfers in
individually?
individually and
Okay,
then
great,
comes in.
Great, but it doesn't show up in those different departments as the admin overhead share that they're then transferring. Or they're.
It's the opposite. It's just the opposite.
Well, we're not seeing, right now, I don't have the enterprise funds to see that.
He would be out of the
It
enterprise,
should
would,
be, it should be there.
It should be there.
right, he would see it.
So it's my understanding, and Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that's in the negative is because there have been past years where there's no other way to say it, we've been wrongly using other funds for administrative costs, and we're doing everything we can to correct it.
No, not necessarily. I think it's just the proportion that each, like enterprise funds are paying, let's say water enterprise fund is paying $50,000.
Okay,
And it's basically back to the general fund for general fund expenses. And correct me if I'm wrong, man, but this is showing the total of everything else that's coming in from being paid to the general fund from the other enterprises.
Yes.
It used to just show us that I'll transfer in item I6 to the column admin and overhead.
so is it actually, it's in the parentheses,
It's in the parentheses.
so that's actually a revenue.
I know,
That's listed on our
expense,
expenses.
because we keep it all in one line item for the auditors to see.
Usually with parentheses, I think of being in a negative number,
No, it's.
but it's a positive number on a negative sheet.
Yes,
So with that in mind, if we go to the next line where it says transferring in from Measure K, it's a negative because it's being treated as a cost, so it's the opposite of a cost, it's revenue.
yeah.
Okay, is there any way we can change the title of that from transfer in/out into transfer out? Because it's not going in at all, it's being treated as an out.
Well, you're in the general, I mean, let's not get too sucked into this.
Well, I'm actually just getting clarity.
Because transfer state.
You're bringing it into the general revenue.
So within transfers, you have either transfers in or transfers out.
Sure.
And if we had a transfer out,
Right.
we have had in the past, then it would show up there as a positive number because it's transferring out. And then it'll go land into the other, another fund. And so there's really no home for where this kind of stuff lives. And so it stays within what would be considered the expense side of the equation. Just so that you can see that it's offsetting expenses and everything like that. You could do it in another way where we have it in the revenues, but it'd be just as equally confusing. Be like a negative revenue sometimes, and a positive revenue other times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you can't separate them that much, you can't separate those.
It is kind of technically separated, but when we're looking at it, when we're comparing revenues and expense, we gotta figure out, like, as it's saying, like transfers in and transfers out, we just have it
Okay.
in there. And we do that so that way the auditor can see when they put them all together,
Right.
they can make sure that all the transfers in equal all the transfers out.
This is what I'm getting to, because it makes perfect sense, and so the auditor, that's exactly what he wants to see.
Yeah.
But this is also going to the public, and I don't see sending a bunch of financial documents to the public, it's clarifying the situation. They don't know what Tom was just slightly confused on screen, whether the in is actually out for the in. And it just seems like we're gonna actually put this out and say, here's our budget, and just clarify, that's, I don't wanna get down the weeds of that.
Accounting class.
It's the transfer in section, the accounting description, it says transfer in, and that's where we're trying to delineate it.
It makes sense to me, I'm just concerned about how people perceive that.
Okay, you have a quick question?
Question, so that, meaning that 588,000 for admin and overhead, that was. Those were charged to enterprise funds originally?
Those are charged to enterprise funds, yeah. They were charged to enterprise funds and they're also, they're not currently being charged to the transportation fund at the moment, so,
Is there a way to see a breakdown of that 588,
yes.
where it fits in the scheme of things?
I can try and pull that up after we come out.
Okay, thanks.
Some of these things have little blanks under the previous column, the second from the right, estimated annual expenditures for the 24-25. 24-25 budget is concluded. I'm sure there's still stuff that has to be done. It was stuff we're waiting for things to come in and out, but why are there so many little blanks there? Shouldn't we know how much money we spent on postage? by this point, 2 months after the end of the fiscal year, or something
Or
else happening,
just,
or-
or they just didn't land there for whatever reason,
Okay,
so,
the
yeah.
postage, no banking fees this year, we're not gonna have any banking
Yeah.
fees, we're not gonna have any, so it's not in our budget this year to even pay for banking fees, I mean, I guess, I mean, it'll be paid for someplace else, I guess, I presume.
Yeah, the banking fees are gonna be paid for out of the finance section.
All right, okay, I mean, I'm just curious about why the other numbers are blank, like, we didn't use any money in banking fees in the 24-25 budget at all?
Yeah, for this particular section, it is the non-departmental, so if any way we can actually segment it into a department,
Okay,
like as in a department section,
okay,
then we do it. If it's
Good.
overall holistically like this amount of city and there's no real telling about where it belongs or anything like that, then we place it here. So
okay.
that way we can see like how much those type of expenses actually exist.
That's good to see there. But
Yeah.
more blanks, that means they're actually putting money tied to places.
Yeah,
Good.
exactly.
All right, I see that. Thank you. Page 1.
5 seconds to page 2.
Well, I'm speaking that to death, so.
Sorry.
So I mean, just to back up, just in fact, smidge. I guess I'm curious by the rest of the council, how much money you think we're looking for? I think as we start going through this budget, page by page, that to me is
Good question.
you know, we can do it, but we've got to come to some consensus, I would think. Are we looking for $2 million? I think we need to be looking for 2 million. So, but that's subject to 3 people's opinion.
Well, we're looking for $2 million. We're gonna have to come up with an agreement with everyone on where we're gonna go for the next 10 months of, activity, and I'll bluntly say this, and I hate saying this to our city employees because I'm very proud of our city employees, but I know that there's some negotiation going on. And if there's city employees who believe or expect or think that there's going to be massive pay raises, I live at 393 Redwood, come to my house and yell at me, but I'll tell you, there's not gonna be that. We're trying to keep this wagon on the cart, or wagon wheels on and move through. So Bruce, to answer your question, I think that what we're looking for is money and direction for the next 10 months for the city. That's what we're looking for.
Well,
To make sure we don't fill unfilled positions, to make sure we don't do projects that don't need to be done, and to make sure that we don't have too many hurt feelings. We're gonna have hurt feelings from the citizens, from the nonprofit agencies who they put this money in their budget already. And we're not gonna give them money, and they can come yell at me too.
we haven't made that decision, any of those.
You're right.
So I mean,
But you asked a question, and that's for money and
now I've got your answer, which is not definitive. It's, we're looking to save where we can. What I'm curious is that the consensus up there? Mine is that we need to cut $2 million out of this.
I feel that there's 2 different issues, and you're right exactly right on the main issue. We're not gonna be able to go line by line and go like, suddenly we have $2 million, we just fixed the budget. Like, that's never gonna happen. And that's a pretty inefficient way of doing that. Like, we're just wasting time doing that. We need to find $2 million without a doubt. My thing though is that through a public workshop, it really is about getting greater understanding among what we're voting. Because I feel like as a responsible member of the council that I need to understand what's happening. And to that end, I want to go piece by piece. I don't want to be like, well, just trust us, we got that piece done. I also feel like there's a certain amount of public trust we have to build. So going through this line by line in public shows the population that we're not hiding anything, we're not dubious, we're not doing anything nefarious, but that we're actually taking our fiscal responsibility responsibly. And I think we could do that without the public. We could just be done in a couple of hours and just agree on a $2 million settlement and get that finished. But I also feel like, I think Terry's part numbers by numbers. I want to understand what Manny's thinking is, what financial director, what our city manager is thinking, and what their motivations are, so that when it does come time to that $2 million decision, that we are doing so with all the available information as opposed to just what I think is true. And everybody operates differently, but that's my perspective. That's why I wanted to have a workshop and not just a finance committee meeting about it. And that's why, it's painful as it may be, it's going to be, I feel like there'll be benefit from doing it. So that's why I support it. But to your larger point, no, this is not gonna solve $2 million. We're not gonna find $2 million by chopping this and finding $2,000 here. It's
Yeah, we will.
You think
You
so?
can do that.
I-
If that is the mission, you can do it.
Well, that's not my mission.
Okay, well,
Let's back to that.
That's what.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
What people's
Yes.
mission is here.
No, I just want to get the public aware of why are there blank lines? Why is this number here? Why does not this add up? So far, it's been.
If not today, Matthew, when do you want to make a decision about the budget? I mean, I believe we have, we've got just 2 weeks or 10 days left, whatever,
Right.
to adopt a balanced budget
It is my
by
hope,
law.
with that in mind, it's my hope that at the end of today, we'll be able to give direction to staff and the city manager, and they're gonna come back to us at the next available city council meeting with a budget, with our priorities. But we can't, I don't wanna micromanage what they're doing. They have a lot of choices to make themselves. We're gonna give our expectations, and they're gonna try to make it work. And that's what we're paying them to do.
Okay, let me,
Get those.
one thing that we haven't discussed, is the airport enterprise fund minus 370. That's a general fund expense. You can't have, so there's another 370 to the general fund. You also have about 1 employee in 0.95 employees in the airport enterprise fund, which are probably more government fund expenses. So, so there are some other issues to deal with. I think was misspoken, what Andy's been, and Andy, are you still on it?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
On the line here? I want to make sure I got this correct. Pre-Measure K, the salary burden for the city, fully loaded burden was 2.9 million.
Yeah, so that came out of when I was in Willits previously, I'm going to say about 5 years ago or so, I put together a reconciliation of all the staff and where they were charged, just so I could put together, at that time, a revised budget for the city to consider, which ultimately was approved. But in doing that, what I did was I went back and I looked at all of the staff that was at that time allocated to the general fund, added it all up, and it was the number that I gave you, which was a 2.9 million number or whatever it was. That number did not include the CalPERS unfunded liability, so I took that out, but it did include the workers' comp distribution. All right. So what I tried to do is take what we put together in the budget information for 25-26 and equate that number to whatever 25-26 number is, and I think that's 4.x million. But it looks like salaries have increased probably close to $1.5 million since that was done back 5 years ago.
So it's about, yeah, I think you said about 4.5 million salaries for 25-26. And that doesn't include the unfunded liability, which is how much for the
Correct.
general fund?
That does not include the unfunded liability, yes.
And the unfunded liability for the general fund is about 800,000.
Whatever it is in that schedule, so it's 291 plus 433, which is about 725. Yeah.
25, so that puts us at 5.25 million in salaries and benefits against a $4.6 million.
Yeah, and I could go through and give you exactly what the number is from the budget.
So I would love to say you could go through and cut
Yeah,
things out of your, right there, you're over, but you've exceeded the revenue without Measure K. So the structural issue is real. And I don't know how, I don't want to try to figure out how. I can speculate, I have my suspicions, but that's the primary issue. So looking at how charitable donations and postage or bank fees, that's not where it's at. So,
And keep in mind that the budget that's in front of you for 25-26 assumes that every one of those positions, all 61 or 62, is filled for the entirety of the year. Okay, so the cost that's in there assumes that. Now you have vacancies right now, so since we're already almost 2 months through the fiscal year, you have achieved vacancy savings for those 2 months for those unfilled positions. That will reduce that number ultimately on the expenditure side, but nonetheless, the council has authorized a set of positions, the 61, 62 positions. Those positions are presumed to be needed to provide services to the community on an ongoing basis at whatever today's service level looks like. So it's assumed budgetarily that they're filled for the entirety of the year to give clarity and transparency to exactly what it would take to do that from a cost perspective.
Right, that's assuming we don't incur any overtime to compensate for the lack of employees.
Right.
or overtime period. I mean, you have overtime anyway. I don't know, I'm sure there's some built in. So I guess that the obvious issue here is the number of employees and total compensation. Unfilled, vacant or not, they're in the budget. And the question, I guess the question is for the council, what are the priorities, right? What was presented up here was cutting out primarily police, PD expenses. Then is that the priority? Or are you gonna supplement for the next 5 years with Measure K? And was that the intent? That's the other thing. I know it's a general fund, but was that the intent? Was the intent of Measure K to take your salaries from 2.9 to 4.5 and increase the number of positions by 10? That goes to the managers too. That's not the previous city manager. That goes to you, Manny. Those are questions that I'm having dealt with the last city council on many occasions. I'm not going to say that they knowingly said, let's approve a budget that has a $2 million deficit, because that's what shows up in 23-24. And that's what, I don't recall what the audited deficit for the general fund was in 22-23. Do you recall that off the top of your head, Manny?
Say. Audited deficit 22-23.
Yeah, the general fund deficit, and maybe it's just, it seems like it is.
For $726,000 just to get the general fund in the black for 22-23 out of Measure K in extra police overtime. And that just got it, so it had 100,000, had a little bit of money in it.
Right, so I think clarifying so then you've added on top of that, there's capital improvement projects, paving projects, there's other things that you can dig into. But ultimately, figuring out how to deal with that issue is the most important.
Thank you.
And I gotta be honest, it just feels like we're just going through the standard exercise of going through a budget and looking at things when I'd say the situation is critical and I think taking a more serious look, and I'm just kind of feel like this is what has happened, like this, it's not actual expenses and kind of pushing it to the side and not really addressing the potential issues or the shortfalls is what's put the city in this position. I say the city because it's the community that's paying price here. And that's the managers and everybody else is responsible for the officer reporting council reports to the community.
Hey, Jerry,
I kind of agree with Matthew that we do need to go through this exercise, but I guess I'll tell you that in the past when we did these as a one of the managers, that I was usually told ahead of time, come in and cut X percentage in your budget. You're the manager, you know what needs to happen, what the priority is. And the council may come in line item by line item, because I think that, like I said, we're kind of hitting the low hanging fruit if we do it this way. And I'm not against doing that, because if it comes down to a policy decision, I think that's what we were elected to do. We come in and we can decide whether we're going to fund the X or the Y or whatever, but ultimately, I'm gonna have to pass to tell the chief, we're gonna tell Dusty in his department, okay, you gotta cut. And the deeper cuts are gonna be personnel. What's a priority? Keeping in mind that we have certain core services that we need to do. Because, yeah, I think like Bruce said, we can do it, you know, but it's kind of like me operating on your person, you know, you want us to do it from this end, go ahead, and not, you need to tell us where he's at. My first year as chief, I was told to cut X percentage, and I chose to lay off CSOs to keep core services and police officers. And so, it's gonna be brutal, but I would want my managers, that's why, I guess that's why you're getting the big bucks, tell me, this is what you gotta cut. You know, I think Measure K said, basically, cops, parks, you know, roads, and that was it, you know, basically to kind of help bolster those things so we can keep the best of the leakage. Speaking of, speaking on the old council, you're right, Rod, we would never have said, hey, let's bankrupt us because we're doing X. The message we were getting at certain points is, why did you even vote Measure K? And there's no need, there's still money there, and apparently that wasn't the case. So, and that was, Brad, you correct me if I'm wrong, that was kind of the message we were kind of, I was feeling embarrassed at a certain point, why did we do this? But in fact, it seems like it was the right thing to do, that Measure K. So I really kind of throw it back to the managers to, at the end of the day, that if you want a percentage, we can kind of roundabout, give you a percentage, come back to us, and then have another meeting to say, show us the cuts you propose to make in your respective budgets, and go from there. I don't think it should just come from finance telling the police, or from, you know, us here, right now initially, but you, the department heads, come back and tell us where and or what positions you see reallocating, you know. And then some major positions we may have to do on this end.
That is the classic way that it's been done. But that was usually done in March.
Yeah.
And then the first, and we still had the final, went to the math, you know, finally in the last meeting in June to adopt it. But I agree that is, I do think that only addresses one dimension of the options that are not fun to talk about, and that is staffing levels. I don't know that it involves having discussion about wages or taking a 10% wage reduction in at or some number. I don't know that I've ever asked, and when I was on the council, ever asked for that side of the equation. It's always been, you know, well, we won't fill up these positions, or, you know, natural attrition, something that wasn't, but we weren't looking at this same structural problem. And there is that other factor that needs to be part of it. It can be part of the discussion.
I know we have two questions from the audience, and we're 5 minutes until break time. And so I'm going to ask those two questions if we can wait till break time, and you can ask us people specific your questions. Okay? All right, Paul, do we have 5 more minutes of this, or? Right, go ahead.
But I would just put a point on the fact that when we've had these discussions in the past, there has been a reserve in the general to work against. Right now, starting in the negative. Right? Ending in the negative further. So it's a systemic problem. It's not and it's accumulated over the years and it's built up to this point. And if I think if I'm describing this correctly, up until very recently, everything was good. And there was $3.5 million in the Measure K that was being used for discretionary items. And the council said no ongoing expenses. I think that was one of the conditions, just for particular things to supplement on an annual basis. So that was the understanding until very recently, or the perception.
And I just want to correct by saying, the council was told, the previous council was told everything's good. The previous council was told there was $3.5 million in Measure K funds.
That was the Measure K committee's understanding too.
I get it. And so the communication at the highest level of the city was either lacking or incorrect, or both.
Well, can I also add in that, based upon the meeting minutes from Measure K, the last one held by the city council previously, which was June of 2024, the mayor at that time said, literally, and I'll quote it for you after lunch, without the Measure K funds, the city would be bankrupt. That was over a year and a half ago. But that wasn't new. That wasn't something that came out at the last minute. And I know that for whatever reason, people want to reinvent, I didn't know, we didn't know, we weren't told right. But it's in the minutes, straight from the video, straight from the mayor's mouth, that without Measure K money, this city would be bankrupt. And that was over a year ago. So we're kind of way past all that, and we just need to focus on what we're doing. And I'd like to go back to what Bruce was saying. We got to find this 2 million, and we have half a day to do something constructive. So is it going to be more constructive to go through this line by line, or is it going to be more constructive just to get to the change, talk about the 35 equivalents, and then give the city some direction about?
I guess what I was trying to establish, it has to be more than 2 million, because you have to get to the plus side of your undertone. And ideally you want to be 35% reserved, get to that 25 or 35%. That is 35% was practice, but that's getting to $2 million on the other side.
Okay, it is now 2 minutes until 4.
Answer the question that was forwarded to me, which is a 397,000 increase, fund balance net. So we had about, at that point in time for the 23-24 audit, 5 million, 5.2, or 5.6 million as our net fund balance.
What was the operating, what was the
Operating for the general fund, the total revenues were 6.8, with the intergovernmental coming in at like 816,000 from
6.8 included?
6.8, and then expenditures were 6.4.
That included it. Okay. So it had to get to 6.8. So if you took out the 1.3, let's call it. So it was a $900,000 deficit.
Yeah.
Something.
Okay. We're about to go to. Do you want to say something, Madge?
Well, I find it impossible to figure out these numbers that get thrown in, orally without.
And we have copies of the PowerPoint record, which is brought in.
Thank you, that's gonna be helpful, but there was the one you were just saying, I'm like,
That's from the
I don't
audits. That's from the audits. Rod asked a question on what was our net balance out of the audits. And
But the net balance that shows on this chart minus,
yes, and the reason why is because that this one included Measure K in it, and that one is not including Measure K.
And Sherry, we have 1 minute, you're up.
Okay, so I'm still really focused on page 5. You can look at page 5 quickly. The difference between the beginning working capital at 8.324 million and the ending working capital of 6.820 is a hair over $1.5 million. And that number is exactly the same if you take the difference between the revenues and the expenses. 1,503,000 and change. So that to me, so I'm sitting here wondering where this structural deficit number of 2 million is coming from. I see just from that 1.5 million. And one other piece, if you look up at Measure K tax, Fund 150, there's no revenue in there. And when you go to the Measure K page, there's revenue budgeted there. 1,166,815
Budgeted or projected?
projected. So let me just finish. So if I add that in, that million, that projected number, it reduces the deficit to only 337,000. Now, that's one-time money. That $2 million transfer from Measure K is one-time money. But in terms of, you're just talking about this year, I don't see where the 2 million deficit shows. I don't see the map.
It's just the general.
That's what I'm looking at.
No, you're looking, you're looking, it's the whole take, that's the whole, it is, we are, and I think it's before you came in, you said disregard page 5 because the numbers don't play. To the, the numbers don't add up to the total at the bottom.
Is it in that?
Those are some enterprise funds, it includes some enterprise fund, but still.
The enterprise funds don't carry anything in this because their beginning working and end working are exactly the same. It's a zero.
Right.
They don't contribute to the structural deficit.
Right. So the difference is between operating revenue and operating expenses.
Yes, that's 1.5 million.
Just those two columns.
Yes.
It's 2.8 if I look at 4.6 versus 6,
If I'm looking at page,
just line 100.
what's that?
There's one difference between that and that, it's over 2 million. If you didn't add in the 2 million from Measure K.
So, but you're ignoring the transportation tax though,
That's
yes?
not a general fund. That's not general fund. That's a special tax, special revenue.
Okay,
So
okay. I don't understand the wisdom of just looking at general fund like that when you've got Measure K tax money over $1 million that can easily be used to offset that deficit. Why would you not make that part of the picture?
It is part of the discussion.
yeah, it is.
But it doesn't show that revenue. It doesn't show the 1,166,000. If you add that 1,166,000 to the 4.619, then that deficit is not nearly as big.
Yeah, that's it. That assumes that you're going to cover, yeah, that's why I think we've had this discussion before.
Okay,
It is even especially at the Measure K committee, like whether or not funds could be transferred, should be transferred and it's a discretionary.
All right, we all have questions, and I thank the council for their being here. So we're gonna break for lunch. We are back in session, and it is 12:49. Okay, we ended, as we were going through the budget with Manny. There is a corrected page 5 that has been, I think, distributed to everybody. If not, we have a couple extra up here. I'm sorry, it looks like this. It should be a green header. If you don't have it, it's a corrected page 5. Oh, okay. Sorry. Sure. Right? That's what? Same one.
That was quick.
How was it corrected?
We're just adding the 1.166,815 and Measure K, revenue.
Thank you.
It didn't have the operating, we didn't have the operating revenue in the last one.
It added the,
And under Measure K, line 150,
yep.
it has 1,166,815.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
No, sorry, the green one is, you guys asked me to, someone asked me to get a, what constituted a transfer from,
Okay, I apologize. So this is the correct, measure 5 was the first one I held up.
Yeah.
And then the green one is the transfer.
it's the administration and overhead transfer from 4588 to 40. That was on page 8.
Just ignore everything below from the grade down,
Yeah, ignore everything from below from the gray down,
including the totals.
including the totals, because it has, CIP in it.
Oh, that's how you spent your lunch hour. Thank you very much.
Can I ask just one about the 588 here?
Mhm.
So those FT,
FP, full-time employed.
yeah, all those are being paid out of enterprise funds?
The funds that you see right there. Sorry. Found it.
Those aren't FTEs, those are.
No, they're for, yeah, they're for.
So it's for costs, and it has a cost breakdown of each of the different funds and departments associated with activity.
We'd have to assume that water or sewer was 12 and the other one was the 10. Is that right?
Yeah. So see the 510 right there, those are the funds, and it's landing into each of one of those separate funds by that allocation.
Oh, okay.
So that makes up the 58804.
So the 240 and 245, where does the 588? Go in the budget, we bottom line, we saw it.
Page 8. 100, 1,000, 711.
Yeah. Just to be clear, Manny, that allocation or transfer is independent of the FTEs that are billed to that account.
Yes. That is.
If, so maybe like with transportation tax, the 245 on page, I guess this was page 5. You see you got expenses of 556,000. So this 21,000 on, in the green box is part of that 566.
Every government agency always grabs a little as it goes by. County grabs some of our property taxes that goes by for their admin and overhead of that fund. Yeah, I've fought that before and lost, but, that's my interpretation of that.
Okay,
It's not a percentage of the total. Right. It's not a percentage of 588, correct?
No,
oh. No, because those fell all in that filler.
no,
Yeah. I feel like we're a little off here.
that percentage is a percentage of their, I would say, their annual revenue. Is that right, Wendy?
Yeah, it's just a small percentage of each one of those, allocated out to, the different.
Of the expenses or the income from that.
Okay,
Can you clarify what, I'm sorry, you have a side conversations here. I don't know what these documents are. I don't know what you're referring to and all the conversations.
On page 8.
On page 8.
Yes.
Hate to ask you to do the same thing twice, but I
No,
don't,
it's all good.
I don't wanna have side conversations here because we're doing this publicly. I wasn't sure what you were referring to and that wasn't where we were gonna start, so we could. My question is, what's the green sheet?
The green sheet is the explanation of the number that's on page 8, line 100, 1,000, 71100. Administration and overhead, the negative 588,040.
Check. I appreciate that clarity.
And negative means that is revenue that's getting into the general fund
Yes,
from these other
yes.
pieces.
the negative is a positive.
Yeah.
Got it. Good, got it. Thank you.
All right, so we were finishing up page 8, and I think that clarifies that. Is that correct? Are we all done with page 8, council? Okay, and I said at the beginning of the day that I would open it up at the beginning of the afternoon for your 3 minutes of expression. If anybody who would like to express opinion, you don't have to ask opinion or ask a question. Is there anybody who would like to express any public opinion right now? Mark, action.
So, I'm still flummoxed by having so many different pieces of paper and corrections, things that aren't there, and explanations that aren't there. However, bottom line is, it looks like from several different places to look, that there's at least a 1.3 million over, no, 2.3 million over, expenses over revenues. And if you want to use the Measure K funds entirely, that's about 1.1 million. If you just put them in every year as they come and offset the loss, you're still down 1.3 million. So bottom line is, I don't think you need to save 2 million. You need to save 1.3 million to balance the budget if you include Measure K ongoingly until it expires. So in order to do that, I think Manny already gave you some options for saving here and saving here, most of which we found were pretty unacceptable, like not having police on duty or, various unacceptable options. So I think you need to look at those options, decide whether you can stomach those kinds of exceptions or not, whether you can have a hiring freeze or not. But I'm wondering if you should look at something like an across the boards, no raises, or maybe even 5% across the board reduction in staff costs. Because you're not gonna get there with 20,000 here, 30,000 there, ain't gonna work. So I don't like those choices, but we've built in a structural deficit over several years, and we can't continue that. We have no money in the reserve, and we are running more money out than in. So you have difficult choices, and I think that it's not clear so far how you're gonna get there. But I really appreciate the comments you're making, and you're trying.
Yes, thank you. Does anybody else like to have the 3 minutes? If I'm setting that for you. Public comment is closed. Okay,
Oh, can I go up?
yeah, 3 minutes.
$45.
So in the PowerPoint, there was one slide that had a list of potential savings, benefit options, options for revenue generated by current staff of a little under 350, and they were mainly for revenue from grants. Are the grants in the budget? Anywhere?
The grants aren't in the budget yet. They weren't identified just until after the budget was created.
So they will eventually be put
Yes,
into
they
the
will
budget.
eventually be put in the budget.
So that's good. That hasn't been accounted. That's savings then? That's another 350 potential savings.
342.
342, yeah.
We call that the draft funding budget, yes.
Okay, well, that's good news. The other thing is when we charge some salary costs to enterprise funds, do the associated payroll costs and health benefit costs also get charged to those enterprise funds? Or
Yes.
is it just salaries?
No, the health benefits and everything else get charged.
Okay. And then the last thing is, page 24. You said use of Measure A funds, the transportation tax, reallocating some paid positions.
So, yeah, and that's up to council. It's an option, but it's just an option. So a lot of this particular budget has an allocation. From perspective of the council, what I'm hearing right now is that those allocations should not have been in Fund 245.
Okay,
And so they're allocating them back out.
okay.
And so there's an option to allocate them back in if they so choose to, but that's to their discretion.
Okay, last question.
Okay, you're almost out of time, sure.
No, last question. Indirect costs. School districts used to have an indirect cost rate set by the state, not by them. And they were allowed to charge all the different programs, that percentage, the percentage of expenditures, and that money could be put in the general fund. Do we have any mechanism like that
Yes.
available?
2 CFR 200.414 section F states that we are able to apply a de minimis rate of approximately 15%. That's the rate that's the highest rate that we can go without having an actual cost allocation plan.
And can we charge that to like those salaries charged to the enterprise funds? Can we tack on 15% of those? For the indirect costs?
It would have to defer to Lance on that one. That one, because we already charge, I'm not 100% on that.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, Sherry.
that's it.
All right, so moving on, to the council, are we all done with page 8? Oh, I'm sorry, Robin, 3 minutes.
When I was listening to Andy, about all the positions that he added up, it occurred to me that if there could be those positions in there that don't have to be paid, that's another savings.
Okay, so those are called vacant positions, vacant unfilled, and they are certainly in there. Vacant unfilled, and that's probably gonna be the best topic of the afternoon that we're gonna be talking about. All right, council, are we all done with page 8? Ready to go. You don't have any more questions on page 8? Okay, Manny.
So what
Right.
is the, what's the summary of council's intention after 8 pages?
The summary of council contention
Intention.
Intentions.
after page 8.
In particular, the charitable,
That's
really, that's the only, other than that, it is income and fixed costs that will depend on how many employees we have at the end of the day. That is a variable cost that is at our discretion.
And at this point, we absolutely do not have the money to pay those.
Can I throw something in
Sure.
just for now as a placeholder? In the past, one of the suggestions that we did at the city, and Bruce, you probably remember that, because some of these agencies require some sort of, for their grants at some sort of cooperation with the city or somebody else that I think the city would put a $10 or $1 in there just so that it could show that we had made a contribution, and that way, if they required some sort of, for their seeking other funds, then we had put something in place. I'm just suggesting some nominal amount for now, and again, you can come back and revisit it. And that's what they've done in the past.
I believe the least amount that we have paid is about $250 in my history
Per organization.
per organization.
And that way, if they went to go get a grant, they could show that they had a partnership with the city, and it helps them out, and it's maybe a drop in the bucket, but it's maybe more than we want to spend, but it's just.
It helps fulfill their grant requirement.
Okay. All right, so at the end of the day, Bruce, we're gonna have somewhat of a motion or next Wednesday at the council meeting, there will be a motion to adopt our budget. That would be
So are we directing staff to take out everything except the $250 per?
I think that would be a prudent thing for us to do, unless somebody else wants to say no.
To move on, no, I don't, I mean, we don't need to go page by page, right? So it's just.
No, we're talking about on this one right here, on the charitable contribution.
Prudent is 250 is fine.
Prudent, 250. So let's go with that while we figure out the budget. Okay. Okay, is there any more questions on page 8? Because page 8 is a primary part of our budget. Now we have, that was the easiest part of today's discussion. Page 8. Now,
We can go page by page. I kind of.
I think we do need to go with this next one. It's us. We need to
But
have a discussion.
I don't think
about
we'll be
it.
able to questions about.
we're on page by page on each position,
Well, page 9, city council, the clerk.
okay? Go ahead.
Well, I think that the big ticket item on this is the health insurance for council members. And I can see no connection between that expense and, the performance of council to do its task. And I think that looks like everybody else up here has alternate means of.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've already, I think, agreed with agreement for this year. I think that would be a question I would have. And I think for this year, we've obligated for this year, at least for the budget.
I don't, I have no knowledge about that.
Open enrollment was in May. Yeah, June, for it to go into effect July 1st.
And just for the public's edification, council members and the mayor get paid $200 a month. And the council member themselves gets health insurance paid, not their family
Yeah, I think their spouse
and their spouse. Okay,
is included in part of the.
so that's the compensation that the council gets to go to the meetings.
And I know I gave up my compensation, not the health insurance. I have not been taking.
200.
Yeah, that your wife is one
What are you talking
with
about?
the school.
I'm talking about the compensation.
Well, the health insurance.
Yeah, the health insurance, we have.
So,
And health insurance, by the way, it's a pretty personal thing. I'm not gonna go over my entire medical history, but the health insurance at the school district, for example, myself, it's terrible. Absolutely horrible. One of the benefits of me being on the council is the fact that they're offering healthcare that is actually a lot higher standard than what the others do. So it's a form of compensation, and I guess if you're gonna change that, you have to look and see if we didn't already make an agreement, but it would change people's minds. And it also would kind of price out the city participation in civil government to only those who can afford private health insurance. Or would like to have city council be available to everybody, even those who may not have a job that has current health insurance. Having health insurance, being a city council member is definitely a benefit. It's not just a privilege in that way.
I believe that it becomes 99% of the people that maybe these 4 people here will contradict me, but it was a complete surprise to me until I got elected to the city council.
It was a main reason. It was a significant reason why I wanted to run for office. And that is to say, not that that was why I wanted to, but without it, I wouldn't have done it at all. Wouldn't have been possible. Wouldn't have been worth it.
I know I looked at it at the time and thought I would have probably got another job that offered me better as a retiree. That just to supplement my. So I looked at it that way, because some places offered after retirement healthcare, the city didn't. So this was.
My take on it is that you up the monthly compensation a couple $100 and cut out the health care.
If you cut out the health care for the council members, I'm gonna give you my 2 weeks notice.
Okay.
Cause that's the one thing that's keeping me here.
okay, any more discussion on that? Okay. Any more on, budget 1100? Because we'll go by page. I would like, hey, Ron, could you give us an overall of what happened last week at your department head meeting about the budget? Can you cover for everyone what the gist of the conversation of the meeting? What happened?
Just yesterday. Just yesterday, we met and talked about the deficit and knowing what, everything we've talked about today. With respect to. The starting deficit in the general fund. And I go and I look back at previous budgets and it looks like $7 million was approved in 23-24. Which is part of why we're in this position. The idea was to make it so that we were prepared and we're kind of on the same page. We got some new information that came in overnight and added to the end of the slides.
What about direction to staff? Did you give direction?
I didn't give any direction. I just said you have to be prepared for the potential for reduction in staff.
Okay.
That was kind of the gist of it.
Are we all, look at the council here, are we all of the 100% consensus that there will be no capital improvement projects other than emergencies this fiscal year? We all understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, do we all understand 100% that unless it's a critical position to be filled, that if there's if a vacancy occurs in city staff, that we are not gonna fill it?
Well, I think the devil's in the details, sir.
What about the two police officers that,
Sergeants, those positions are there, but they're unfilled right now, so it's not costing us anything.
no, I'm talking about this two people that are in training.
On the academy.
Yeah, well, we've got them in
Yeah.
the academy. I think unless the chief tells me he doesn't want cops, I think that's,
Right.
yeah.
They're still on track.
And that was one of the things for Measure K, that we wanted to bolster the police department, so.
I would add you increase your liability if you don't have supervisors. I'm
Yeah.
I'm not in the law enforcement, but if, just in general, the chief and I had a long talk about it the other day. And I know what it's like to have an experienced staff working on projects and the risks associated with that, without proper supervision. So,
Can I just throw something out as we're going through each of these that, maybe we, because we're on the city council, clerk budget, and we go through each of these, then maybe we, and again, it's low hanging fruit, just like talking about cell phone the other day and all that, but training, and unless it's a mandatory thing, I think we need to, that's one of the things we need to probably put a freeze on. Transportation travel, that unless it's a gotta do legal requirement, then we freeze all that as we go through each of these budgets.
what are the vacant positions again? Can somebody remind me? Five PD on water.
Building service and facility construction.
5 PDs, which is, just, helps me when I look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think one of the things that has compounded just looking at 24-25 budget for reference. It looks like there's expenses. Some places went up 25% in 2 years, so operating expenses. So like when you're talking about a 5% cut, what's 5% of 4.5 million? 225,000, and that doesn't get us close to 2 million. 25% is 1.125 million. 25% reduction in salaries is 1.125 million. So you could effectively price yourself out of business and straight into bankruptcy.
By continuing the way we are.
This is on a straight downward descent in the ability to operate, the funds available and the ability to operate the city.
Right, and let me just continue one more thing, just getting the consensus so we're all on the same page. And with all due respect to our hardworking employees, who we appreciate, are we in agreement that the employees will not receive a pay raise this fiscal year? Is there someone who would like to discuss that?
I'm not sure how we can do that when we have we have bargaining units, I mean,
It's our philosophy though, and we're gonna have employees who are upset, but I mean, we're broke. There's no other way to say that. And we could talk about it in the back room and say, no, I don't wanna build false expectations is what I'm trying to prevent.
Thoughts, Rob?
I would just add, and with the bargaining units, they're all in different situations.
I get it, I understand.
What I say, it's gonna directly affect, it directly affects, retention. You know, which directly affects vacancies. So everybody, it kind of has to be treated differently. I'm not saying you're gonna go out and give raises. I'm just saying the POA is different than IBEW,
Mhm.
right? I don't want, but there are, how many other bargaining groups within the city?
4 or 5,
4 other,
I think so, yeah.
4 other bargaining groups. within the city.
Management,
So anything that happens with IBEW trickles down to the rest of the staff.
I get it, I get it.
Maybe zero.
I lost my train of thought.
Maybe zero.
Maybe it's not fair to say zero, but I don't wanna build, nobody should be out buying a new car based on next year's raises. How's that?
Does that mean COLA or just raises in general or any type of?
I don't know the answer. I mean,
Because there's different levels, there's standard increases that people get every year, there's the COLA, which is typical,
I get it.
baseline, you know.
is that a question, Sharon? Do you have a question?
Question,
Okay, make it quick, please.
what's the cost of a 1% raise for everyone?
Look at the budget and figure 1% of the salary budget. You know, I mean, that's just an easy way to do it. Easy way to do it. Look at our salary budget and look at 1%. I mean, I know there's ways to do it, but we don't have that number here.
No, I know.
We're not experts.
Maybe, because you could just.
Not
pull a
today.
report. Not today.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Okay.
throwing the question out to help make it, because that's an important number to know.
I just, 4.5 million times 1% is 45,000, so
Thank you.
that's 1%, that's, I mean, we're talking percentages, and we're talking about cuts and looking at, that doesn't include, PERS or
Right.
unfunded liabilities.
All right.
I mean, ultimately, somebody has to be accountable here and say, you have to make changes on behalf of the city. That's the charge here. That's the fiduciary duty.
I get it. And in 2021, we added 9 positions. Is that fair? We added 9.
In the last 5
In
years.
the last 5 years.
Last 5 years, we hired 9 positions, not 9 new people, but 9 positions.
Yes.
That prior to 2021, we didn't have anybody in those positions.
Correct.
And that's a discussion that we have to have today. Because that's over $1 million of salaries. And the city is 2 million plus 2 million in the hole. Is that fair?
Yeah, can I, with the, under the auspice, or under the, it's not the same for the POA or versus the IBEW, right? We haven't got into enterprise funds. We haven't looked closely at allocation and how that affects enterprise funds. I would ask Andy, I won't ask him right now, but for his assessment of how much of the city's payroll is directed to the enterprise fund. And I believe he said there's a bit of an imbalance for the city of Willits, that too much is being sent to the enterprise funds. So the desire to send more to the enterprise funds, probably misguided, probably not the best approach. But I kind of look at it like, what are the priority services for the city? And that's kind of up to the city council. What's priority? If you look at the general fund, depends on which side of the aisle you're sitting, or not aisle, but if you're a public works person, streets are top priority, right? You see me. If, you know, police is top priority, community development. What are the priorities when it comes to staffing? Because it's not, I don't think, we're gonna cut this much across the board is the right approach.
No, because it's gonna be different depending on.
Exactly. To a functioning police department, the city's gonna have a police department, that seems to be, to me, the top priority. And then streets, and then community development, if I were to prioritize. All the others, you know, finance and HR and all those things, and where you can make more, you know, general changes, I guess you'd say, but it's all specific, that all you're dealing with people, livelihoods. I know it's not, having been through it, both when I was public works director and as a business owner, it is not easy, but it is a necessity.
With regards to the rest of this, I myself have only just one or two more questions, honestly. I don't know if we need to spend one over every page on that. I think we should maybe open it up to everybody who has any other comments regarding any specific item. I have a couple of general questions about that, but other than that, we should just focus on, in my opinion, full-time equivalency. We should be talking about the jobs directly. That's what you're suggesting. Yes, looking at this sheet right here, just going blind line, which job is going to be cut, which one's not going to be cut. I mean, essentially, that's what we're talking. That's what we're about. Well, that's really kind of the hard decision we have to make today.
Well, wants to weigh in.
Any thoughts on that? I mean, I don't know
We
what
have some
anybody else,
questions,
but do you have any other, Jerry or Larry, do you have any other questions about the rest of this? And
No, I mean, other than like I said, I had hoped that we'd have a recommendation from the staff and saying, you know, again, if you have an infection and you need to cut, you know, a limb, which limb is it gonna be? And we're not gonna tell you which limb, you tell us. But if we have to make that decision today, then we can do that. I still think policy wise, things like, and again, it's low hanging fruit, but we should say, and just like we said, there's no capital project saying that we should be freezing training, we should be doing a couple of things that we can send out as a whole so that everybody gets it, unless it's something as a policy level from here. That way everybody's getting the same thing he said to them. Hey, sorry, yeah, yes, by law, you have to do CPR first aid. You don't have to go to that conference in the meeting, you know, and that, and I guess that kind of stuff I wanted to kind of throw up here.
Yeah, I mean, I could propose an alternative rather than going line by line, starting with priorities, then giving staff the opportunity to meet separately, come up with some scenarios to present to city council to achieve the goal with the council's priorities and driving the decision.
Well, we're already late with our budget. I mean, we're operating on a month-to-month budget right now, but, right. It was my assumption that after, today, we would have final budget on next week's agenda to approve it.
And I didn't have that kind of level, I didn't think unless
Okay.
you're prepared to make.
So tell me what you see as the timetable of getting our final budget, because there's tough decisions. And if we have to make these tough decisions today, we're gonna make these tough decisions today.
isn't it also a public hearing as well? We're gonna have to be 30 days ahead of time. So it's gonna be at least 30 days. No,
Let me toss out something.
We have to have another resolution passed next week
that's right. And I knew.
to have another 30 days.
So we're talking.
There's another date of importance that information has to be provided to the
State for the budget.
I
Do you know
thought that
what
was
date that is,
September.
Randy?
I thought that was September 1st or something, September 1st.
All right, Bruce, you're up.
Well, last night I went with, I was looking through Manny's budget workshop, presentation. I mean, I had a print out of it. And I looked at the FTE allocations for 2019 and 2020. And 2019 and then for 25, 26, where we had this growth that we're talking about. And I just, I know it's simplistic, but in an effort to try and address the issue, I looked at it and said, what can I do in the executive? In the executive, I'd say we gotta take out one, we gotta bring it back to 3 to where we were in 19. Now, in finance, we've got 5 people in there. It's the same apparently as what it was 5 years ago. When I was here, they did that with 2 or 3 people for the years. So I took 2 out of that. And I went to community development, it's gone from 4 to 6. I took 3 out of that. I didn't know where they're coming from, but I had some, I mean, I have to say my backup that is novice at best. It's not learning. And in the police department, I remember our department working in 15 to 17 for years, and so I took 3 out of that. I really think we need to talk seriously about dispatch, remote dispatch. I understand, I was in the fire department for 20 years. Local knowledge is valuable, but, if they're, and it'd have to offer some substantial savings, but I don't have any numbers to work with, because once you lose it, it's gonna be difficult to continue that savings because now you're a captured customer in a way, unless you have options. So anyway, I think that needs to be on the board. I don't know how we get, we can't put officers on the street if you can't talk to them, you can't communicate with them, and I don't know how you do that without a dispatch. I did look in here, and I did have a question. I know the dark hours that we are, and we pay the sheriff's department to back that up. The only thing I could see was a $35,000 a year other contract that I thought might be it. I don't know if it's not there, man, where is it? What is it? But anyway, that's it.
I think that's it.
Okay, so I took that and Public Works.
I think the only thing with the dark hour Bruce is that was kind of, they asked for some enumeration, but I don't think they wanted to continue it. They didn't have to. Anyway, the interest wasn't the best with dispatch.
Well, yeah, and my understanding, I mean, we get sucked down that a little bit. They're dark here too. I mean, they've sent somebody. I don't want to go down that.
Yeah. I think there's a payment if they receive a call out within city limits. There's additional charge.
There's an additional.
So it's a pretty.
Anyway, I was gonna be a question when we got to that part of the budget as to how that is, how we deal with that. And then Public Works and, I took 3 out of that. There was 9, and so 11. I think we've got it. What are the little flags here, Manny? The little green flags that are next to those things?
There's nothing. It's basically the Excel program just created.
Okay, all right. So I'm just giving you guys with taking a look at each one of these. And then, Public Works and Wastewater, I took 1 and I did not know. Public Works and Water, I didn't. I was questioning, I don't know that we have a full-time meter reader. Most of that is on remote read now.
Not all of it, no.
No, still some of it, but I don't know if that. But potentially 1 out of that. And then, so anyway, that's, if you want a proposal, something to throw darts at.
So let me ask you this, Bruce.
I don't know how much money that saves.
There's several things that are in the works of mitigating our issues for this fiscal year, not next. I mean, we've talked about $1 million here, $1 million there, what we're gonna do. And are you discussing genuine laying off people that work for us now or deleting the positions that are in the budget?
Well, I'm talking about removing those positions that are in the budget, whether they are filled or unfilled, they're budgeted position. So then it should reduce the cost to the city. I don't know.
Just a minute.
I haven't refined it. I didn't look at it to that degree. I have to, and that's kind of spreading the pain across the table. And I'm not sure you don't have to do that and then look at in our non-represented employees or, at some wage cut to offset the extreme or rather generous raises that have been made in the 5 years. I mean, we may need to do a combination of both. But I'm looking at trying to solve the problem independent, and I fully understand that if you guys want to take the Measure K money and fill up the hole, or you want to take the successor agency money, throw it in there and fill the hole. Three, you guys can do it. I'm not going to support either one of those.
Can I ask one question? All the departments, the only one you didn't touch is administration. How come?
I think I expect to.
What?
Finance.
Well, finance isn't part, there's.
You talk about administration.
Yeah, we removed one from executive.
Executive, I took out one.
Okay.
You have fine.
Matt, do you have a question?
Yeah, quick question is, in the budget for 25-26, right now, are the currently vacant positions included in as if they were all being paid?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then those, list of different vacant positions would be subtracted, but right now they're only, as if we hired everybody to fill all positions.
But we can't say that all 7 of them, the unfilled positions, are gonna go away, because 2 of those, for example, are police sergeants.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
I know that, but I'm just
But,
wondering.
no, that's in the discussion of not filling those positions.
In the 25-26 numbers being provided, it's as if all 7 of the positions are filled.
You're correct.
Yes.
You have a question?
Yeah, so in this, what you just went through, the last page, FTE allocations for 25-26 was 58. On this that was handed out this morning, the FTE allocations are 63.
There are 5.
Those are the 5 of us.
Oh, okay.
I'm only
Good.
talking about
Good.
full-time equivalent.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'll still put on the table that we do
Oh,
part of that in showing that we're willing to take an impact along with the employees. I think that the health insurance needs to be should be on the table. And if we expect the community to get 0 community support from the city, we need to show that we're willing to make a sacrifice. I think it's insulting to sit up here and say no sacrifice on my part.
And to Bruce, if you don't mind, I'm gonna say that, because it is, we've already got the contract with the quote for this fiscal year. That in the spring, we asked any city council person who doesn't want to get medical, they would voluntarily back out. And then when a person, we could make it to where in future elections, if anybody's running, they have to make the choice, yes or no, and they could tell the citizens when they're running, yes or no, if they want to do it. I'm just saying, I mean, you heard Larry was very strong about the medical benefits. Is, in my opinion, it's a pittance for the amount of time that that we put in for this council.
It's also a big draw to keep the people to
Keep people, it is, that's what Larry said.
to run for council. It's unfortunate, but that's the mindset of people nowadays. It's hard to get medical insurance.
I understand, but we're asking everybody else to make some tough decisions.
We haven't made those cuts yet, though.
Well, yes, but we're showing that we are unwilling to do that.
So, to Rod, these cuts that are gonna be made, do you think that if you have a meeting with department heads, that it would be productive of finding out from the department heads which employees, not employees, but positions could be cut from the city?
Yeah, I think so. I think there have to be a couple scenarios.
I feel like the managers themselves would have a better idea about what they would and wouldn't need and how they could and couldn't survive rather than us just picking a number like get rid of 9. You know, like, that's not really going to be useful because I'm not experts in each individual field. So I'd rather ask the managers what they think.
Yeah, yeah, but, and I want them to come with in mind that they helped create the problem. I want that to be forefront. So yeah, that's why you have to help resolve the problem.
And I'm not saying this just because I was sheriff, I'm saying this because this is what Sacramento and Washington say, the primary role of government is public safety. But then we get into the definition of what is public safety. Our streets and highways, public safety is a gopher hole someone can break their ankle in the park, public safety. I mean, there's all these things, or sidewalks that are buckled up, public safety. And so you,
Sewer?
water and sewer, public safety. So the primary role of government is public safety, and I'll argue that, but the other conversation is much longer. What is public safety?
I'd rather also use all of Measure K money and every dollar we can get before we fire or before we release people from their jobs. That's the last resort. It's before that should be the priority, is to keep those jobs as long as possible, because again, it's not just a cog that we can just throw in and buy somebody later. These people have lives, they're invested in the community. When we let people go, it destroys relationships, it destroys trust. It's not great. And if we have to, we have to, but that's after we spend every dollar and every effort we could possibly get to get.
As long as we don't cut anything from ourselves.
Not at all, because I mean, that's not what I'm saying at all. So I don't want to put words in my mouth, because the truth is, it's not a cut to do that. I'm not going to tell somebody else they're fired because I want to have health insurance.
But in a way, Matthew, that's rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, because we're structurally in the negative. I mean, we are, let me say this clearly to the public. If we continued the city of Willits budget the way that we've done the city of Willits budget for the past 5 years, in less than 2 years, the city of Willits would file for bankruptcy. That is a fair statement. Unless somebody bought us a winning lottery ticket, we're done.
No, I mean, actually, I don't think that's true.
Okay, I want to hear it.
I mean, you take all of Measure K and you take all of the absent sales tax and you dump that in the general fund and you can last for 5 years. You may have a cash flow problem. We may run
And
out
a legal problem.
Well, but,
And a personnel problem.
but you're saying bankruptcy.
Yeah.
But you will still have money in your Measure K and your successor agency and your, I mean, if you, on paper, you'll have money. I don't think you will have spent the cash either. What do you think, Ron?
Cash is pretty
Pretty close.
scarce right now, just to say at least. And this budget, 23-24 that was in here, the budget was $7 million for the general fund. It wasn't $4.5 million, it was $7 million. So it wasn't like Measure K wasn't being used. I'm not saying don't use Measure K, but I don't think that was the intent. And that's not how it was sold to the
Well,
public.
Measure K was being used and you just had a negative general, you brought up the.
Well, also absent sales tax is being used.
Yes, that's what I mean.
And so I don't know how you would go to the voters and say, hey, we need you to pass another bond measure and we need you to vote for this in 2030 so we can keep our staffing levels. I don't think that, or you might not get sued for absent sales tax. I just think it's been completely irresponsible management for the last 3 years, and I don't know who was in the dark or who wasn't. 5 years. I mean, just to put the city into this kind of position. I'm not talking about the people that work here. I'm talking about the city in this position where you might not be able to provide services because you're paying a premium for salaries and staffing at the highest level you possibly can. That doesn't make sense to me. I wouldn't want to operate that way. And if I was going to be city manager, I wouldn't want to come in with those types of circumstances. That wouldn't be the city that I would want. Just my perspective.
You have a question, Robin? If it's a question, yes. If it's a comment, you have to wait.
I'm gonna frame it as a question. How did we get off of letting the department heads decide how they would make cuts and get on to trying to dictate how they make those cuts?
We didn't get off that question. This is a general conversation we're having up here.
So with that general conversation in mind, we have a number of options available to us, and I feel like that might, I guess, we started off going through this, right? And I think overall, we wrap this up, unless there's anybody else who'd like to say.
No, I mean, I think
I think we're done with that, you
I
know.
don't think we are at all done with it. I think that,
You're gonna find $2 million in here?
We don't know.
Well, we just.
well, I mean, we haven't found a dime yet.
So look, you go.
We haven't found a dime yet.
Right,
We
so,
haven't been willing to cut the dime yet. So, I don't know how we can stop. If someone has another proposal,
my proposal that we start talking about these that are, like, the staff has brought to us. And we as a council come up with a consensus, so we can start giving them directions. We only have a couple more hours to go here, we haven't given any directions.
Since there's only one staff member.
All true, all true.
And
And then that's what we should get to next is, what should we suggest here? Talking about the EMT vacancies. And then beyond that, then they'll go back around the numbers, we'll see where they're at, and then the managers will give their recommendation about who else needs to be cut. But you can't even ask them to do that first unless we already know what we're gonna tell them to do first. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with that conversation. So I don't wanna get. I don't know.
well,
That's
that list up there has a couple things that are monies that are yet to come in from grants that are completed and the work has been done. So ostensibly, there's no more man hours to be put into it. The rest of them are money that's coming in for projects that are incomplete, which would only, to me, assume that they have more work to be done and more costs to be assigned to them. So I don't see a savings in the ones that are still outstanding. Unless I'm,
That it's, just to clarify, I mean, so yeah, two of those have been done. But I think the most powerful piece of that message is that that's work that needs to be completed and there's an opportunity to assign it to city staff. For some of these, if we didn't have the city staff to work on it, then we're having to assign it to consultants. Again, it's grant funding, so it's not coming out of the general fund. But based on the current staffing and community development, there's an opportunity to do that work and then seek a reimbursement over the next, 12 months or so.
It would be partial, it would be partial of salary, and you can't,
Correct.
you're not relying on that being renewed in the coming years. So this is where, as a city manager, if I'm playing the role of the permanent city manager, coming into this situation, which you're gonna face, and I would be hesitant to trust the judgment of the department heads based on the status of the budget. That's where I'm at. I'm just telling you, I'm gonna be frank.
I would like to push back on this, and I apologize, not personally you, but you keep saying management. You know, what management was given was these numbers, right? When I did my budget, my department's under budget. I've never been over budget. These are the budgets you're giving me. We allocate what council purpose we spent to that. We don't, this is what I was given. So, when we say we're responsible for it, it's not all of us are in charge of the finance, right? I don't get that information. I understand what's given to us.
Right,
This is what we work on.
I understand.
So we're saying,
Well, hold on a second. Having been a manager before, a department head before, I had a real good sense of how much money we could spend and how much we couldn't, and how much staffing we could have and what was feasible for the city. So when Measure K passes and it's supposed to supplement standing and be there for PD, parks and streets, what it appears to me is it was just there to increase the general fund expenditures from 4.5 million to 7 million, or whatever the number is, because in this budget, 23-24 was $7 million. So that's not just general fund, that's general fund plus Measure K. I'm not pointing the finger at you.
I just feel
No,
frustrating me for.
but here's the thing, here's the frustrating part for me. It's like we brought nothing forward other than some little bits and pieces to get, and we talked about the issue. The issue is real. It's 2.9 versus 4.5. if there's over $5 million in general fund salaries, right? That's the basis, and there's only $4.6 million coming in. Think of all of the other expenses that have to be covered by the general fund. Power, gas for the vehicles. How are you gonna service the community without the supply, the other stuff outside of people to do so?
I wanna, yeah.
So, but I just, it feels to me like it's been, oh yeah, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, we can add that, we can do that. That's why we're here. And I'm not even pointing, I'm just saying like you've staffed up, right? That's a big cost. I see it right here, 25% increase from 23, 24 to 24, 25 or 21, 20, one of those. It's right here in the budget. The 25% increase in those costs in a short amount of time. So it's just expecting some accountability, expecting like, hey, if we're gonna be in this together, we gotta be real, we gotta be candid, and we can't just kind of dance around the real issue here.
Yeah, agreed, right, and, I'm responding to the comment of like, you might not be able to trust your director and as they give you advice because of the situation that we're at now, and, I'm gonna get a little defensive here because as I was told, that, the city manager wanted additional positions for the community development so that we could accomplish more things. Some of your directors were questioning where is that money coming from? And, I don't feel like we got solid answers to those questions. So even with new hires, me personally, I immediately got concerned about maintaining those positions from a fiscal standpoint, because I could never understand how we increased the amount of money against the general fund versus, seeing forecasts and revenue going down. And I have to say, and I've been holding on to this a long time, when I asked those questions, I did not get a mature response. And I'll just leave it at that, okay? So what I've been proactively doing and anticipating to this to some extent is really getting after these grants that allowed us to build staff time against them. So these are real numbers, it's real money that can get there. So as we talk about cuts for the planning, the community development department, and we need to do our fair share, and we've grown quite a bit. Right, that's acknowledged. But there's an opportunity to offset a good amount of salary on these grants. And, maybe all that means is just a delay in, reducing the department by half immediately. Because if we've signed up to do a lot of work based on the staff that we had, and I'm not, we're not gonna be able to accomplish these things depending on the cut levels that we talked about for community development. And we're just gonna end up spending money on consultants to complete it anyway. So we have that discussion. I'll be, pointing out those advantages and
I would expect you to say that.
yeah.
And to the directors, let me say something that hasn't been said today. And I know I'm being video recorded, but let's say this. The main person who is responsible for putting in this position doesn't work for the city anymore, and he is not in this room. Let me be very clear about that. And for the last 3 or 4 years, we've been spending for projects 3 or 4 years in advance where the projects needed to be done, but we kind of did them in too much of a hurry, the CIP. And so now we're in a position of we're trying to make up for it. And I will apologize to everybody at exactly 2 o'clock. I have a financial conversation with Sacramento dealing with the city of Willits that I have to step out for. I'll brief you later, but the vice mayor will take over at 2 o'clock because I need to step out for 15 minutes. But here's my suggestion, council, that we start listing things of where the money savings is going to be. It could be personnel, but let's do the other stuff before personnel. And with the exception of, here's my suggestion, we have 7 vacancies in the city, including 2 sergeants, right, chief? And I'm going to start by saying, let's list the savings of those 7 vacancies. And if during this fiscal year, if we want to hire one of those sergeants or something, then it's gonna be our responsibility to say, the money is going to come from this place. We can start there. So I'm gonna start with that. I'm going to start with what Manny and I talked about, this bank account we have called the successor agency, which has $1.025 million in it. That is a defunct agency, but the money is sitting in our bank account, and that's 25% of our problem. So it could resolve 25% of our problem. I'm certainly of the mindset to use some Measure K money to get us out of this situation to where hopefully in January, February, I think this is, Manny, correct me if I'm wrong, January or February could be a tipping point where our income is going to be less than our outgo, or more than our outgo, correct?
That's not gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen. If you don't address this, then I don't have.
No, we're addressing, I'm doing it one
I don't
time.
have a role. I don't.
Well, Ron, we're going to get to the point of blaming on people. We're going to get to that conversation.
I know, but I'm.
Oh, can't we do everything else before that?
It's not, the freezing positions is not gonna.
That's just
do it.
I mean, you have to start, you have to take one step, and I think that was my first step, and I want everybody to have this discussion.
Okay.
Is it a question? Let me, hold on a second.
Yeah, after you're done.
Council, do you think? Great.
You know, I'm kind of of the mind to kind of take Bruce's idea, kind of using that as a baseline, but letting, you know, one of the things that I used to do is delay hires, or in this case here, there may be a case where we can't delay some hires to the police department, but in other areas, maybe delay, you know, we're already this much into the budget, but we know that they're not sustainable in some of these positions if we continue, that we target, there's a project that needs to happen in community development, where we go, you have that body till December. Or public works, you know, same thing, you know, we basically go, this is the order of them leaving, and this is what we see, and we make a plan for reducing these provisions. You know, but let the managers come back and tell us, this is how I plan to solve that problem with, maybe, again, I hate to say the draconian way of doing it, but here we go, we're gonna do a combination of cut costs, cut staffing, and maybe in some cases freezing positions, you know. I mean, that's just my thought. It can't just be a little bit, you know, I guess that it's gonna have to be positions. But I wanna see the managers give me an idea of where do you see it happening?
Anybody else? Sure.
Is it possible to combine what we just heard, Tom's ideas with Bruce and what you collaborated on, Jerry, and come up with a multi-year projection? Let's say a 3-year, multi-year projection where the first year might include savings from one-time sources, like a successor agency, one-time source, but looking at the longer range picture of being able to sustain something beyond these one-time fixes and mitigate.
Well, there was a slide that showed the 5-year projection, assuming pretty consistent. It's a 2.2, 2.3. It's right now it's 2.6 if you include the airport enterprise fund, or 2.7, I guess, is probably closer. That's the deficit because you have to cover the airport enterprise fund. And without Measure K, that's the deficit for the next 5 years. It's also, Measure K doesn't cover that difference. So one-time fixes get you down the road, and there's a bit, I mean, you didn't go get that grant for staffing. That was gonna go out to RFP. So there's a bit disingenuous there by saying you went out and got that grant to.
76,000 of that was set aside.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we're talking about going for all of it.
If you don't deal with this now, it's not gonna.
I think it takes all three. It takes staffing reductions, it takes some wage concessions, and it takes some bites out of each one of these operating. I mean, and if we had a better timeline to work with, I mean, I don't know what the penalty is for come September 2nd, whatever, but the timeline is, we don't have, it doesn't feel to me like we have the timeline to toss this back to do the standard council move of, well, let's send it back to staff and see what they can come up with. Without giving them some real strict marching orders, and be back here in a week. And we've got to come up and we've got to put some numbers. I mean, I don't have any numbers for those things that I offered, you know, I mean, maybe they're $100,000 a piece, maybe it's $1 million. Like it's who do you take out in some of those instances of how much it saves? But I think it's gonna take, I mean, I think it is even in the, it's a multi-year deal, but I think we gotta come up with 75% of the way this year and 25% the next 2 years, so you can start to build a reserve.
Can I state something? If we look at, the worksheet, number 5, we take a look at it.
Page 5.
The worksheet that I gave, the newest one,
One with the 1.6.
with the 1.6 in it.
1.06.
Take a look at the operating revenues, take a look at the trend. We already have the 2 million going from the Measure K tax to that. That's already been placed in terms of, resolution and everything like that. So that's already in there. We've been discussing this as if it wasn't. Okay, we're looking at it. Now I understand your perspective. We still have a structural deficit, right? But in the meantime, the only thing that we really need out of Measure K is 600,000 in order to be able to right size this and then come back with solutions later on. We have the next year to go through this instead of making a decision now where it's at the heat of the moment. We can actually take this, put 600,000 additional funds from Measure K over the year for Measure K as it collects it, and then put it into the budget. And then we have marching orders. You can direct us to tell, for us to come back to you guys about different scenarios that we can play out, right size this.
Well,
And give ourselves some time rather than make it.
well, I agree in getting some time, but I also think that giving you another year to do this.
I wouldn't say a whole year. I'm saying that just gives us the year. I'm saying it's not.
I don't know
a year.
the answer to the question. I think what happens in September, first, if we don't tell the state something.
Yeah.
What happens?
There's some statutes there and I'd have to look it up.
The 2 million we put in there was to float the rail trail thing, so we'd have some cash to pay that.
No, that was separate. The rail trail was gonna come out of, Fund 150 separately.
We did it to put $1 million in reserves in the general, just based on the meeting we had at the finance committee meeting where we showed $1 million deficit in the general fund, and now it looks like it's 342. So it's a little bit different.
Go ahead.
But that just gets you to 0 at the start of next year. We need 0 in reserves and in your general fund.
That's why we'd have to go at it
Right.
faster than a year. We'd have to come up with some of the solutions.
So, Mayor Tom had mentioned about keep finding out the numbers, how much would 7 open positions being closed yield? And I think that's a really important position. Can we know that by next week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, unless it disagrees, but that's a number we should use.
Yeah, but it's not realistic because I'll tell you that, if I were chief right now and if I had a qualified sergeant walk in the door and said, hey, I'm blah, 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 retired, but I want to be a sergeant, I guarantee you he'd be like, I want to hire this guy. I mean, it's not going to be, so then that would be like right off the bat, 1 position or 2 positions. The likelihood that's going to happen, probably not real, but if that happened,
But I think Tom was saying that if that does happen, and we do hope it does, that then the council would have to then look at the budget again and say, okay, how are we gonna pay for that job? Because we would definitely not wanna turn that person away, but it just seems like the onus could be on the other foot.
I guess there's some positions out there that, and I also don't want to sit there, because I know that city positions are real positions. It's not like you can look at one of your employees and say, you're gone, and et cetera. I know, some people may be gone after today's meeting when they hear we're talking about this, and it's just the nature of the beast. But we also owe it to the employees out there that this discussion is happening. And, that's why whatever we decide, I would hate to say, okay, it happens the minute we sign the budget, you're gone. But I think that if people know that potentially December or January 1st, certain positions are gonna be let go, they have a couple months to make some plans. And, so I think structurally, we need to move forward with some of these things. I was just, looking at the successor agency money, and I don't know what the rules are, whether we can tap into it, but I'd like to move that into reserves before we start touching it, because we may need it next year.
So can we find out by next meeting?
Yeah, I'll call.
What's it gonna take? What days can we do? Do we have to get a letter? We got?
Yeah, I think there's a process to it. I already did the last and final and such, and so everything has kind of resolved itself, but there's balance now. And so it has to do with what do we do with the balance. I also gotta look at prior years and see what was hitting that particular account, because there may be some components of that is considered administrative. And if there's administrative costs that are in that balance that are from prior years, then we should bring those in and cover whatever they are.
It's been at least 10 years since redevelopment.
Yes, 14. It's 2011.
Now, we talked about those two things that we're trying to address.
Yes.
Third thing would be Measure K.
Measure K.
Okay, because I think the suggestion last meeting was that we use 600,000 for the rest of the truck. I don't know if it really matters how we look at it, but we're gonna need more than that. And I don't wanna just put out a $1 million even thing, but I feel like if you can come up with a number that you could ask, if you could say yes or no on, more than the minimum, because as you said, that's just gonna bring us back to zero. We're not really actually gonna be in the area, you know, and we only have the 1.16 as well. We only have we don't have 2 million in there, so we have less than that. We already talked about having a hiring freeze, not a hiring freeze, but a freeze on capital improvement projects, except for things that are mandatory.
I think that's important topic to expand on a little bit.
Okay.
Because you're putting the city in a position, you're putting yourselves in a position where you can't do anything capital improvement wise, you know, no roads projects, nothing. And you have to keep in mind what you have the voters to do with respect to measure.
Sure.
And I would do not touch the assets. That's my recommendation.
I mean, I think, given what we have signed Measure K to solve for us, at this point, I'm not like, can we just move all of it? I mean, like, is there anything left? I mean, we need it for parks, we need it for roads, we need it for anything. I'm not.
Right, even with Measure K, you can't afford.
It's still gonna have enough.
Right, that's the other message. So yes, you can move Measure K.
But still not gonna be enough.
Right, that's just have to keep in mind, Measure K wasn't intended to add staff and increase your payroll from 2.9 to 4.5.
No, and
Well, the reality is in the transportation thing down to 200,000, 228, it says here, any street project you do is more than that. You need to do any capital projects with that fund, you need to build that up. Or you leverage it and do a project and make payments on it. You use that money to make the payments.
Right, there still are, did you find out about the Clean California extension, SD,
Yeah, that's expected to be approved, and we're working on the request and may have it out, this week. I have a draft on my desk to review.
Right, and then the other one that's unclear to me of what the status of the ARPA.
Which brings up an interesting point. Do we have outstanding bond indebtedness?
Water, wastewater.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what come up in the enterprise fund discussion.
Anybody else? Dr. Council? What else would you suggest that we give direction to staff? I mean, there's a few things we just mentioned right now. They're gonna come back next week and we'll have some options, I guess would be the way to say it.
And I, part on training and travel and that stuff. If you ever put that out, that should be out there.
Yeah.
No conferences, that kind of stuff.
It's really hard to figure out what you can and can't spend. Can't spend money on it if you don't. Then you're in that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, you know, we I'll just keep going back to 2.3.
Oh, I know.
Plus 370, plus what the 300 that's are already in the hole. And whatever other funds are negative would have to be covered by the general fund. I would make the argument that the transportation fund should be reimbursed whatever was spent last year. That should have been, you know, and that's probably 5 years worth. So you've operated on the $1 million transportation tax for 5 years or more. So that added $1 million to the available expense. So, I think I should have a conversation with Jeremy just to be clear on liability.
So Tom, just a quick review, just to make sure that you're caught up with us here. You know, we're gonna get some numbers next week about how much is that 7 open positions closing actually going to be. We're going to hopefully get a number about Measure K, whether that's 1 million or all of it, how much needs to be covered, how much would be recommended to be transferred to help address this issue. It's not certainly not going to solve it. We're going to get some information from Manny about how we can tap into that successor agency money and what the process is and all that. You know, again, Jerry reminded us that some of that low hanging fruit, like the travel, you know, if we're going to asking people to make sacrifices, that's some stuff kind of pretty early. So next week, when we get this information, we'll continue to discuss.
But also whether we have any, what happens if we don't submit or what if.
Oh.
So, and I appreciate,
To be clear, that's Matthew's.
Yes.
That's Matthew's recommendation.
Okay.
That is not the case.
So it's true, that's the stuff we've been discussing, and
That's what usually says.
it's true. Okay. I just asked a little while ago if there was somebody else who had something to say.
Well, I'd already said what I was gonna say.
Okay.
I say it. My deal is to do those specific staff reductions and to go through the rest of this budget line item by line item and identify other savings, including what Jerry is bringing up.
and it's not the panacea, but I would like to, Manny, discuss the lateral repair loans that we have, $36,000 that apparently the savings bank doesn't even get involved with anymore. So we have $36,000 in an account that's basically just sitting there. We're not using it for anything.
I believe that's restricted for some reason, and I'm not certain of what it is. I want to say that it's CDBG money that we're setting aside, but I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, all right.
I mean, part of that lateral program came from a settlement of a lawsuit.
Yes.
So that may be part of the settlement agreement.
Okay.
River Watch.
And then, we have $136,000, $28,000 in the East Hill Mitigation Fund, which was, you were probably on the council then, Bruce, Jerry. It has to do with, Ed Mitchell. We possibly are gonna need that money for the,
I think it was for a traffic light at 101 and
Browns Corner.
Browns Corner.
Yeah.
Howard Foundation.
Oh, that was that,
Howard, they contributed to.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
So
All that
does the,
development.
so does the CCC. It was, Alan Filari, it was fairly genius because it helped those projects get out of having to do an EIR for
Oh.
unavoidable impact.
Okay,
And, you know, I think it was costed out and based on the cost of a traffic light at that intersection, and that intersection still operates at a level of service F even after the bypass based on the CCC traffic study. It also allows for you to do projects that would support pedestrians and bicycles. And different city managers have had different opinions, and I don't know if Rod's weighed in yet, but there's an opportunity to use that fund to support the rail trail project. In fact, it has supported the rail trail project to a small amount of money in the past, as we were getting ready before some of the grant funds became eligible.
You walk back in at the perfect time. Thank you very much. All right. Yep, Marge.
Yeah.
Yes, question. Matt.
But yeah, my question, the main question is, how are you gonna have a meaningful meeting next week if you're gonna get all of this new information and all this by Friday for the packet, and then something, and then what is your deadline, or are we gonna kick the can another 30-day extension of the using the existing budget? Because September 2nd and 1st, we're supposed to have something.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to regardless. I wouldn't agree with the assertion that it's kicking the can, but we're gonna have to delay it 30 days here.
Yeah.
Seems pretty obvious.
How much notice do you need before, when you have a complete budget, which by the way, all of your discussion today is not a complete budget.
Right.
It's only the first half of it.
Well, we're gonna double check that it actually does have to be a public hearing. I thought it was.
We'll find out those dates.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate you asking the question. We'll have those answers.
Well, if you're gonna do something by next week,
Is there a question?
basically, yeah, I think you're, yeah, never mind. I think.
Okay, thanks. All right. All right. I'm going to close public comment. Because we're getting into the meat of things, okay? Public comments closed. All right. Are we going to, is there anybody who wants to make any more additions or reductions?
Well, I would if you have, and we didn't even get past the city clerk.
Well, we're ready.
So, we're doing the general administration.
Okay,
Now, my question on that is that now the general administration changed because. No, it's in, I understand. Is that,
You're the page number.
FTE equivalent still corrected?
what page are you on, Bruce? I'm sorry.
Well, pages 12.
Well,
Administration. Yeah,
hey, go ahead.
is that FTE still accurate?
It is still accurate, yes.
So I guess, looking at, I tried to total up
We're on page 12.
the FTEs in this thing, myself as, I came up. I guess my first question is that FTE that we put into the enterprise funds for the city manager, or the assistant city manager, those I don't have, but how do they compare to 5 or 10 years ago? What?
We didn't have an assistant city manager.
No, we had a city clerk, who I think was also coming out.
We'd have to look at private budgets, not real.
I know, but well, did you consciously raise the city manager's FTE in the enterprise funds when you did it? Did you look at lowering the city manager's expense to the general fund?
At what point in time, for this particular budget?
Yes.
When we eliminated the position or eliminated the FTEs that were associated with the cannabis, what I did was I took the percentages that they were currently set at, and then equally applied that across the board. So that hit all of them in their amounts. Now, you can choose to maneuver them however which way you want. Just let me know.
But your You told us earlier today that according to GAP county rules, you can charge up to 15%.
To CFR, yes. CFR 200. And that's at 15% charge on the total, but I don't know if that applies to, enterprise funds. That usually applies to federal funds and such, or any type of taxes and things like that, like any type of distributions.
I think, man, those positions, some of the positions are heavily, can you look those up, how much they're relying on enterprise funds?
Oh, I got it right here, so we can take a look.
Right.
I see where Bruce is going, because it doesn't seem.
So. City manager is at 0.25 and 510, 4113.
So for both enterprise funds, how much total?
I'm looking.
Let's say,
So
city
in-
manager,
For instance, in the city manager went
0.25.
to 0.33.
Oh, yeah, to 0.33.
Where are
So-
you looking?
so out of one enterprise fund,
So a third of his time is coming out of a one enterprise fund.
which enterprise fund?
Which one?
It's the same in both.
Yeah, it's the same as both.
So you're saying.
Water and sewer has 30 of his costs is coming out of water and sewer.
Combined, a third, no.
No, third and the other each.
Okay,
2/3 of the city manager goes to those two entities.
2/3, that seems very high.
That's very high.
Yes, that's.
We'll have to adjust that.
And you can't put FTEs there
Where-
and charge 15%.
I mean, I just say, we're gonna have a discussion up here.
Yeah.
Final
Public comments indeed.
I think we need.
No, I'm sorry, sharing on public comments goes, wait just a minute, please.
But there is no 15% charge in the enterprise funds.
But it's not capped at 15% of the expenses of the fund.
As far as I know, and I'd have to go to Jim Lance on that one and see whether or not CFR 200 actually applies to enterprise funds.
I'm just questioning whether we can, I mean, I'm ideologically opposed to upping the, it puts a bigger burden on the general fund, obviously, but transferring overhead to the enterprise funds.
I don't think we could justify our city manager spends 2/3 of his time on enterprise fund work.
No,
And it'd be tough to justify 50%.
and is that the same thing with the assistant city manager, because they seem to be both at a very low level for the administrative cost?
You know, I looked at the assistant city manager in those others that I didn't have, but we can do it right here.
30% in sewer.
Yeah, it's just the same.
Yeah. 30%.
So
Yeah,
again,
that's creative financing, that doesn't work. That's,
okay. So again,
So we can
thirds of
maneuver
those
those out.
salaries or.
But what are we looking at? So
well, I
I'll talk.
don't know, I mean, I think we can all agree that, right, Rod, that that's pretty hard to justify.
Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier, the burden on the enterprise funds is already
Yeah.
higher than it should be, so.
And that's not an accurate reflection of their
Right.
duties.
I get it.
So all that does is accentuate.
Makes it worse.
Our other problem.
Yeah, good job, Bruce.
I know we are.
Well, look at 550. Oh, yeah, just look at the last page. It's on page 5 of the distribution.
Oh, for the full time.
Did you go on now?
I'm on the distribution of positions by department handout. Thank
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for being here.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Oh, the cost allocation?
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll wait.
So it's 530.
550. Airport Enterprise Fund.
Are you looking at the FTE or are you looking at the cost allocation?
I'm not following you, I'm sorry.
On page 5 of the handout. It shows, it's not, I'm sorry.
Not the main handout, the smaller handout.
A smaller handout that shows the positions by department, or by finance department.
Oh, okay. All right, now I'm with you.
Accountant, administrative specialist, assistant city manager, building maintenance work, city clerk, community development director, and office assistant 3, finance. 0.95 FTEs in the airport enterprise. Yes.
Maybe Brook Trails would like to have the.
She didn't.
Going once?
I bet we could manage it.
No, we don't need another word.
Wanna do a swap?
What do you got?
Bruce's place. The Willits Event Center.
Gives you some CDBG money.
I thought I owned that. I didn't think your Brook Trails owned that. We were talking about a swap.
Oh, that's sacrifice.
How about the green?
Yeah, we're
green
not
belt?
sacrifice, Bruce.
What about the green belt? We'll trade you the green belt.
Yeah, you already bought all Bob Whitney's property up. You need more?
Yes.
Where's your sacrifice?
Hey, okay. All right, so what's our next step?
Well, that's what I saw in that budget item. That stuck out to me, which doesn't help the problem, I think.
So I believe that for the assistant city manager, a lot of her time was used in the airport enterprise. I believe that she was, working on that. I think Kennan's working on that now, but
How much of her percentage would
it was 20%. And then the next step is a building maintenance worker. From what I'm told, he's there on a consistent basis. So,
which one?
that would be
Thomas?
almost,
Yeah, what about him?
Oh, he's constantly there at the airport.
Yeah, he has a lot of maintenance, and does fuel and everything else up there, yes.
So that's
And what's his percentage?
35.
I understand the concept, but you have an enterprise fund
Yeah,
that has no money in it, and you're saying you're paying people out of it.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be in the general fund anyway, because it's minus 370. We have $100,000 of salaries in there that,
I'm just explaining the distribution, not necessarily.
I know, I understand that, but I mean, the airport could barely make enough money to maintain the facility. And there was a small contract for the airport manager. It's that whole concept of the city provides these services, and that service, like, it's like saying we're gonna pay the lifeguards out of the pool proceeds. You know, there's just not enough money that comes in.
So the airport enterprise, again, it's not showing any operating revenue, at least it seems like it ought to show the.
There's everything else,
There's hangar rental. There's hangar rental fees, and there's also the grants that are associated with it.
But I don't see anything on this summary of work.
That's not completed yet. That's why.
Oh, that's why we're
not showing it.
not looking at the grade.
Yeah, that's the only reason it's not looking.
Okay.
the relevancy is that those are general fund expenses that are accounted for in the general fund deficit of 2.2.
Yeah.
That's
There's enterprise funds are not general fund funds. I know that you're talking about like having to support it. I get that, but we got to make sure that there's that. So it's to, but you're correct.
It's not a true accounting of the deficiency and the amount of money that is needed to operate the city this year. By putting it in the airport enterprise fund, it just basically does the same thing as it was done by putting stuff in transportation tax, putting stuff in just spreading it around, or putting stuff in there in other areas. The purpose is to clearly provide a clear picture of what the actual deficit is, because it keeps growing from 2.3 to 2.6. I think it's 5 million. I think you're 5 million in the hole because you don't have anything in reserves. So just as we progress through this and start talking about different things and different expenses, that's the reality. Measure K doesn't cover.
So, I mean, I'd say in general administration, those, the city manager and assistant city manager need to be upped because they're overstated in their investments. You gotta put them back, you gotta put them back in the general fund somewhere. Whether you put them here or under another general fund item, that's probably need to be in there.
So when did the city start the assistant city manager position? When was that allocated?
Understand.
2022,
Under Stephanie.
not the assistant city manager, no.
Yeah.
No, she was a
Assistant.
deputy city manager at that
Okay, when did the deputy city manager position start? Under Stephanie?
time. Either Stephanie or Adrian, one of them. It was Stephanie.
And prior to that, did we have anything like that?
No,
Nothing like that,
we had an assistant to the city manager.
right?
with
Which was the city
Marilyn,
clerk.
Who was the city clerk at the time.
Okay,
Is Maryland and.
Yes. No, Adrian came in after Marilyn left. She was,
HR.
yes, she was HR and then she moved up to,
I think she was HR.
city manager.
I think she was HR city clerk.
Yes.
Yes, HR city clerk, yes.
And you can't find any cities of our size that have that position, even cities that are twice our size.
So then swimming pool operations, I mean, that was another one that we struggle with every year. But I think, it's not, it's not,
it's a $75,000 cost for the city to operate the city pool, the school city pool in the summer.
I believe if we would take that away, we're just taking something away from the community. I don't.
Talking dollars and cents here. I just made a statement. It's a $75,000 cost to the city during the summer. And after summer, does the cost go to the city? Or
Our
go
cost
to the school?
To the school. As of September 1st, we will revert back to the schools control.
Okay,
This year was an anomaly. We took over, we hadn't taken over for a couple of years, I believe, right?
Okay, what do you mean by?
Well, in terms of the maintenance and everything, this was the first year we came back and started doing all the maintenance. And there was a lot of additional costs this year. We have to reevaluate this. So when we came into the beginning of the season, things were not in good condition. We've been working with the school district right now, to get things leveled out, but we have to do a full accounting of this year of what happened and everything, because we had to make some mechanical changes and changes to the operation there.
so do we already have a contract for next year or no?
No, we do not.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna clearly say
yeah,
that contract has to come before the council.
okay,
There has to be a public discussion on if we're gonna pay for the city pool next year.
okay. And we will bring some figures about what it costs and go back maybe the last 5 years and everything and see what the split is, the quarter, 3 quarters with the school district. Sure, okay.
I believe there is an agreement with the school district where who maintains the pool and what the percentage is split, so I will look for that agreement.
I have it for 2017, we have the agreement.
We'll have a public discussion on it, the school district can be here.
You know, it's good, it's a good idea, the superintendent, it'd be good to get that clarified.
Sure, okay.
So then. I would move on, suggest we move on to finance, but I just toss that 78,000 on the. We're looking for money.
Can I just say something?
Expenses 50.
That was one of the rallying cries for approving Measure K.
Okay. So we'll talk about that. I mean, I'm going,
I just want to throw
Okay.
that, I Measure K.
I wouldn't argue that. Yeah, but there's a general fund.
okay, what page on Bruce?
Well, now I'm at page 19.
Okay.
The finance, I cannot. For the life of me, understand why we have a finance treasurer. Item of business here, and we do not have the finance director and the finance guy. Having any FTE.
Oh, that's just a mistake. If you look on this sheet right here, that's what it's gonna be.
Say that again, if we look at where.
If we look at, and the FTE list,
Okay.
that's what it's gonna be. It's just an error. So I can tell you again, it's, 20.28 accountant, 0.1 administrative specialist, 0.04 city clerk, 0.25 finance director, 0.54 finance office assistant, and a 0.05 office assistant for community development.
All the positions in your department filled already.
Yes,
But are they doing just finance work?
they're doing, okay, so one does, all of the water wastewater billing and also the airport billing. The other one does, accounts payable, and the other one does payroll. And the last one has been working on getting ourselves ready for the audits.
Okay. And they all work for you? You're the.
Yeah, they're all, yeah.
Okay, good.
May I have a question? I have, on page 22, there is an item under contract / other, under other expenses. It was a total of 150K spent last year.
Yeah.
It was allocated 95,000, they actually spent 150, which is a pretty significant jump, and we have 0. So could you talk a little bit what that?
I maneuvered it over. I maneuvered it over to professional services, auditing, accounting services, and software subscriptions. So there, for that particular one, that's part of the Springbrook software system,
Okay.
along with auditors and also accounting services.
So it's all 3 of those then?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we skipped ahead. Bruce, were you done with page 19 or no?
Well, I'm still, I'm trying to catch up on the FTE allocations. Found it now.
Okay. So if we're done, we're gonna move to human resources.
Yeah, I mean, we went up 0.16 FTEs in that, I don't know what to make of that. Point human resources, yeah,
Point.
well, actually,
Okay. All right, human resources. Concern request, remember, and it's gonna be on the agenda for next week, the, grand jury.
I don't think I've had a chance to meet yet.
We need to meet to go over our response. We want to have.
We'll submit, we'll have the ad hoc, but we're under the gun for it. But the grand jury recommended that we have a human resources director.
Manager.
I think that's,
I'm just saying, I'm just making sure we're all aware of that as we go take this step. This is eyes wide open. The grand jury doesn't tell us exactly what we have to do, but they made that recommendation.
And, Rod and I discovered that the response is not due until the end of September, correct, for the grand jury?
Okay,
I think that's correct. September 29th.
all right, so it'll be on the agenda next Wednesday to appoint an ad hoc committee.
So did the job really change, or did we just change somebody's title from a manager to an analyst?
Job did not change.
It originally, went from an analyst to a manager when the previous HR manager was there. And then when she retired, it was dropped back down to an analyst with, I want to say, hopes of training her up to a manager.
with the idea that I don't think that we should be able to find a director first before staff.
And she's, that is a relatively new hire, right?
She's about 6 months now.
Something like that.
Well, it's one of the simpler ones to look at. Gives you a clear snapshot of what one FTE is. So that's all it is.
based on our PPP, we are supposed to have a manager in that position for, HR issues,
What,
our personnel policies and procedures.
yeah, but that's easy enough to change, or personnel policy and procedure manual could say, with, you could,
Manual or endless.
yeah,
But
you know,
the grand jury is responding to the PPP, so.
yeah.
Yeah, it's some kind of semantics.
Well, and we had that role and responsibility and with other responsibilities historically.
Yeah. Adrian was there and Marilyn was there.
I think the PPP was changed to manager when we did the last update.
We have. You know, that was manager.
Yeah. When there was a manager.
Willits?
No more questions on human resources? All right. For one, legal services, which is interesting for me because Jim Lance is our attorney. My goodness. I have to. I'm sorry. Oh, this Tom?
So there's no chart on there for the full-time equivalent.
There's no charge because it's a contract.
Oh.
Such an emergency or something.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, when an ambulance gonna be called, you have to think, oh, yes. All right, so, legal services it's like a dog that doesn't have a leash on it. I don't know if we can control it.
What do you mean?
Well,
Does it come in under on budget?
does it? Yeah, last year we spent a lot of money.
Yeah. We were just,
Specific.
yeah.
This is, I know specific to Jim, and last year we had a city manager that used a lot of Jim services.
But the question, did he come in within his budget? Or what we budgeted?
And then that's also a situation where I think, I'm not sure if it comes out of this budget or wherever else it comes out of that. If there's a situation, for example, a planning situation that's beyond his scope, then either he recommends a law firm that, and then we go specific.
Right.
If doing something else that's beyond his general knowledge of this thing.
I get that. Does he charge? Are there charges for Jim Lance in enterprise funds or
No, they land here.
Pardon me?
They land here.
they like everything lands here?
Yeah.
I know that we've had issues like, when we had the solar project where we had specific attorneys that.
Yeah, we would hire specific attorneys in those funds associated with that, so that wastewater paid for that specific attorney. For the solar, the solar project that happened, there was another one where we hired, I can't remember exactly where that was at. I'm thinking about it, it's been a minute. But yeah, we would hire, it was for, its actual cost for FAA. And so with the Part 16, it's part of the reason why the airport is so high is because we had to hire the attorney and pay for the attorney fees for answering to the Part 16. So.
There are things he hasn't been able to handle at all. We've talked about, as we've looked at all the outside consultants, he's been here a long time just doing the RFP to see about, competitive rates and such and everything. Yes.
Well, he is the one individual here that has institutional knowledge. Going back 25 years, or they're close to that. I'm not sure when Jim came on this, in the early 2000s. Ross Walker was so
City manager and
Gonna see the attorney. Before that was.
already.
No, city attorney was,
Jim King.
That was it.
Les Marston.
Les Marston,
Les
yeah.
Marston when I got on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay,
He hasn't, has he raised his rates? It's the same.
I believe he raised them a year or two ago.
A year or two ago, okay.
What is he, 200?
An hour.
Pretty.
200 or 250.
So you have it down here in the 24-25 budget. How does this work? I don't quite understand.
So his
I
cost,
thought it was a retainer cost per month, flat fee.
some of his costs actually just went into contracts other, and they don't necessarily belong there. They're part of his legal costs, so there's gotta be made sure to be correct. If that's what you're looking at, the 70,000 in contracts other, considered in legal.
Well, but I see the proposed 25-26. I mean, I just see in 23-24, it was $9,700 in legal, then it jumped up to $88,000. 24-25 actual estimated was 21.6 and proposed is 50. I thought his contract was for $5,000 a month, say, or something like that.
He charges by hour.
He has no base rate or
No retainer.
I don't believe so. He
No,
charges
because
by
I've
hour.
been signing off on invoices and they vary and they're by the hour. Yes. It would be better probably for the city to be on. Yes. With a not to exceed or something, yes.
I think that might have changed. That was my memory. That's what I guess.
I think it's been quite a few years since we paid just a base rate for him. A lot of times it's, charged by the hour, and I think that the reason that we did that is because he wasn't being utilized as often to justify a $5,000. So there were $3,000 bills we would pay when I was doing AP. Now we get a substantial bill each month, or at least we were getting a substantial bill each month. Because he was utilized quite often.
So where did you come up with the 29, the 7, and then contract of 7? So you had a 90, about $100,000 expense left here, Manny?
Yeah. And it's just a reorganization of it.
Okay, and now,
It's close to it. It's at only 89.
102 was budgeted last year, and the expense was 99. 100.
okay,
100.
all right, well. That's all. I understand that. I'm done.
All right, no more on legal. Moving to elections, and next year is an election year. It's somewhat of a.
We have a special election. We are not in election year this year.
For 2026.
Oh, 2026. we
Yeah.
will be. I think
Okay,
it
for
was
this,
November.
oh, for this fiscal year, you're right, we're not in election. You're right.
There may be a special election.
There is going to be a special election,
In November.
not with anything that we are bringing forth,
So
but
can we
the
get
county
to
has contacted me. I don't know if they charge us for the shipping and mailing of the ballots. I will look into that. I'll find out, before the next meeting.
So this is a state special election
Yeah.
on the congressional redistricting, right?
Yes, I-
And that's already made it to a ballot.
Yeah.
That's the bill shit. That's not right. Constitution.
All right. We'll find out. There's nothing we can do. So police administration is next. Following for the governor and then the police chief. That's the chain of command right there. All right, chief, you want to talk about this? Are you okay with it? I mean, we're gonna cut somewhere.
What is an administrative services coordinator versus?
So she does basically everything. That's basically.
Do you have an administrative assistant?
Not. That is one of the vacant positions.
One of the things that stood out to me, Chief, was under the account in revenues, this miscellaneous, I think, 103,000 one year, and those, and it's been minimal since then, but what, of course, you weren't around, it's a fair question, I suppose.
The notes that I have is, it includes restitution for police property damaged by arrestees. So maybe that is just projected that should someone damage our property, that we can seek restitution. Of course, for probation is the only notes that I have.
Switch programs. Restitution.
Yeah, I sure gets us as much money as you can.
Yeah, I think this was a direct thing. I think it was, something where we billed, if I remember correctly, it was something that we billed to an insurance company. And then, it just came back, it was one time.
One time.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chief, you heard, Jerry talk about non-essential training. I know that post requires training, we get reimbursed.
Right.
But, certainly if it's a non-post reimbursable training this year, we're asking you to try to curtail it.
Right.
Thank you.
So the vehicle maintenance line item 63,140, is that a new vehicle that we're looking at this year? Not posted, but I guess, just curious. A good year, are you doing a? Maybe with our on that. It says it's budgeted at $60,000.
That's one first. Yeah, probably the addition of a vehicle for, one of our vehicles. Outfitting, so that's probably a replacement vehicle.
That's the outfitting, or is that the actual
Includes everything.
the used vehicle?
We haven't purchased anything, so I.
Okay, that's pretty low. If it's usually the apprentice and outfitting would be
The outfitting,
100,000 plus.
Chief, this is a little off budget topic, but the Grange did send us a letter at the time that you were being hired.
Oh.
And, complained about the color of the cars because they're somewhat undercover, the black with the blue trim. Just letting you know.
thank you.
He was here, I think, that night.
He was.
I remember that.
It was. All right,
I kind of agree with that myself.
I'm not in disagreement. All right, anything more about that? We're moving on to public safety dispatch. All right, moving on to public safety dispatch. So Chief, you heard us discuss today, you were part of it, about the possibility of at least learning the, trying to put up RFT, possibly to, Ukiah Police Department and the Sheriff's Office just for the, taking over of dispatch. And certainly with that, we would ask them if they could consider, if they actually did that, consider hiring our employees as dispatchers. Okay. Somebody want to weigh in on this one?
Well, I just want to say our employees are also clerk and dispatch.
I get it.
So that we would end up having to keep, one or two of them as clerks. And the sheriff department or Ukiah is gonna handle.
I get it, I get it.
So I don't think it'll be a direct.
Yeah, it's more complicated than just eliminating that entire thing and my analysis because of what you just said. That there's records management stuff that they do, there's stuff at the window that they do with property and evidence, and there's more to it than just straight dispatch.
I get it. Anything more on public safety dispatch?
And then, but presently, what is your staffing on that, Chief?
Presently, there is one full-time dispatcher, dispatch supervisor, and then the rest is augmented by extra hire, contract help, and by someone working out of class. And
That is the,
that's the administrative
services person.
Correct. Correct. So essentially, of the 5 FTEs, two are full-time, and then the salary savings is making up with the overtime and the extra help and extra.
But I understand at least one or two of your part-timers are kaputs as of.
Overtime. One just, yes, severed service, but it's still willing to help.
Yeah.
Bench.
Anything more on dispatch? Okay, go to law enforcement, field operations. but 22,000, but you're. Public safety is a primary goal. Possible local law enforcement. Any comments on that? I mean, we have an idea where we're going on it.
So you currently have the police sergeant advanced, is that what you have currently working?
Right, I think what that's intended for is, police sergeant who has an advanced certificate, I
Oh, okay.
think is the intent.
But so right now you have one of the 2.0 sergeants filled.
Right, one of the 3 budgeted sergeants is.
Okay.
Does the police department have a canine program right now?
Does not.
That's on here administered. I didn't think we did. Just in the
Program, the program goals.
yeah. And is this a bargaining year for the wages for where do we stand on there?
It's on hold, but yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
And of the officer positions, how many are filled right now?
So currently there are 2 of the 5 officers are full duty.
And 2 of
We
the,
have 2 on leave. And then we have 2 in the academy, which would include a CSO that is in the academy.
so 2 presently on the street, 2 on leave,
Correct,
and 2 in the academy.
correct,
And 1 police sergeant.
correct. One of them,
3 total, the officers.
well, one's in training. So 2 full duty, 1 in training, 2 on leave. 2 in the academy.
Anything more on patrol operations? Okay,
Are there any new vehicle purchases? I'm sorry.
I think currently there's an allocation for it, but I have not made any commitments.
Yeah, that's where I saw it, in general service charge vehicles.
Yeah.
For 100,000. What is this, can you give me a little idea of what the state of your rolling stock is?
I couldn't give an answer.
all right. Emergency services. Who is our, that fall underneath the city manager or the chief?
I'll come back on that in just a minute.
Sure, patrol operations.
Just on repair and maintenance of vehicles, I know that in the past, there's a little bit of politics and enter into that, and I'm just curious. Where, who and how we are doing our vehicle repair and maintenance.
Maintenance, we are, often using the city of Ukiah for things that are more complicated, for oil changes and things like that. Often we're staying local.
You're kind of spreading it around.
Correct.
But the city guy has a shop that does overhaul kind of stuff.
It's the city itself.
Yeah.
Because they're doing your setups now, is that correct?
I think the last setups were done by somebody else, a contract firm, but they will do the tear outs or the upfits called the downfits, that they'll help downfit a vehicle and then prepare it for auction or how.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
All right, that's okay. The emergency operation doesn't have much of a budget.
I think in the past, it's been a combination of a little bit of HR time and city manager time.
And police.
FEMA money comes in, hoping it comes in and usually comes in this spring.
Any questions on emergency operations? All right, moving on to planning.
Yeah, I think we came under budget again this year. I think that's been the case for every year that I've been here. We presented, an initial reduction. The numbers on here look a little different than what I pulled from the budget last year, but about, reduced our operating budget by a little under 50%. We're fully staffed. With the additional staffing, we've been able to take over recently the business license program from the finance department, which brings in about $150,000 a year in projected revenue. We've been able to take on encroachment permits, the administration of encroachment permits from service and facilities. We have our code compliance officer spending about half time supporting the Railwood Trail project with inspections and offsetting costs that would otherwise go to consultants. We've been able, with the addition of the staff, recognize and take on additional grant on the project, including, spending more time with opportunities that come up through the CDBG program.
It does, including yourself, how many planners?
3. So we have a senior planner, a senior city planner, a city planner, and then myself as the director who has a planning background.
And so upstairs, receptionist, she doesn't fall into your budget, right? Or does she?
She does,
She does.
yes.
You have 4?
So you have in the community development department, you have the director, the building official, council establish a goal to have a comprehensive code enforcement program. So now we have a code enforcement officer, and those duties have been essentially taken off the building official. And then we have the 2 planners as well as the office assistant.
And you?
And yes, so yeah, director, building official, so there's 6.
So the office person falls in the.
Yeah, there's an error there. There's, in the FTE cost allocation, there should be a 0.25 for the, oh wait, no, that's in code enforcement. My apologies. It looks like she's 0.25 in code enforcement and not in planning in general. And
So where does the other 3/4 of her?
in building safety. Except for 0.5, which is in finance.
So Dusty, can we assume right now you have no consultants? And for this fiscal year, there's no plan to have consultants?
Just going through all the grants. Well, if we have the $189,000 in non-infrastructure funds through the rail trail project. And initially we plan to split that money between consultants and staff, about 76,000 for our staff and the remainder to go to a consultant. But, the CTC a couple weeks ago or last week approved a extension for issuing an RFP, so we have bought in time if we want to shift all of that funding over to our staff, or if we still want to make use of a consultant. Obviously, we're talking about potentially getting rid of some positions within the department, within every department. So it may be that happens. Some of the grant money that's available, we would shift that to consultants. But what I can comfortably say, which is probably more important to the point, is we don't need to budget general fund dollars to support consultants for the community development department.
Okay, fair way to say.
Yeah.
Anything more on planning? Questions?
Give me just spends.
Okay.
Just a quick question, Dusty, on the planner that's mentioned, looks like it's, only part of the time is, code enforcement. Is that just because they are dealing with code enforcement issues?
Yeah, sometimes there are issues of land uses, so there's just some communication or correspondence and coaching up the code compliance officer.
Okay, so the next 2 are code enforcement and building safety, but I think we've already covered those unless somebody has a question on them. Code enforcement, building safety moments.
The only note on there is I've spoken to Manny, and the code enforcement, code compliance officer, he's got 1 FTE in building safety, and he's supposed to be one FTE code enforcement. So it's just swapping that to the right department.
So it's the same number of FTEs, it's just,
It should be allocated in code enforcement.
all right, you got that right, Andy?
Yeah.
All right. All right, building maintenance. That goes to Walter, right?
Building maintenance, is
Davey,
Davey and I both.
okay,
Yeah. So typically that, and Walter pretty much directs
Building maintenance.
the building maintenance worker, and is my 0.05% is mainly for advice and direction on certain things.
so this doesn't include, or does it, the contractor janitorial? It does, okay, all right.
So I'm sorry, Tom. Back just briefly to planning total, the 2.74 FTE is actually 2.99. If you put the office, only that was supposed, but it's not on your other sheet. It's not on your distribution of positions.
Yeah, I know. I said, I thought at first it was, and then I realized that it's actually in code enforcement. Code enforcement and building safety.
So it doesn't, it's not.
It's 100%. Yeah, it's not in both. It's not in planning.
Okay, all right, sorry.
Anything else going on, maintenance? Thanks. We'll questions about building maintenance. Okay. Now we're at the, services and facilities administration. Now, Walter.
No, it's me. Basically, you see the three positions there, myself, contract administration specialist. We did have a project coordinator, too, and, that person has left. We did hire them right at about the same time as construction technician. My goal is the person's very skilled. They'll actually have, their California engineering license soon, and I'd like to move that person to the project coordinator, and then the construction technician, we will not fill. We will keep that position open for the foreseeable future. We will not fill that at all. Like I said, it would be internally just moving the construction technician because of his skill level, and with his handling up to the project coordinator, and then keep construction technician open and not fill
So it
that.
doesn't change your FTEs?
No.
Okay.
No.
Any questions?
And like I say, that person along with, Dusty's department with his staff, one of the reasons I know that the rail trail project has been extremely tight, we chose at the beginning because of the budget, GHD, the engineers who done the plans and everything, project management for them for the project would have been about 900 and something thousand, which was in range 10% of what most people charge for construction management. But we chose to take that in-house. With our in-house staff, we have really curtailed GHD's. They are still engineer of record, but we have taken most of that in-house. So between our two departments and our staff, we're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars right now, using our internal staff right now. So I think that's made a huge difference, in the project and the overall cost in the end.
Getting more experience.
Mhm.
Is he getting his feet on the ground?
Oh, yeah, we were very lucky to get someone who, I'm glad we snatched him up before any of the engineering companies did. We were doing very well. Internally, the staff is very skilled. We have a small staff, but they're doing very well, yes.
So with that in mind, and I'm gonna paraphrase what you said, so
Yeah.
instead of having the outside consultant do some of the rails to trail, you have one of our city employees doing the work. And to Dusty, the reimbursement on rails to trail, are we able to reimburse a consultant rates or just dollar for dollar what it costs us?
Well, the issue is we didn't have enough grant funding to support a third-party contract for project management.
Right.
And what we're lucky is between Phil and Garrett, you know, Phil with community development, Garrett's with service and facilities. We were able to take on those project inspection and management duties, but again, these become, you know, part of the story and trying to help support, you know, you guys making tough decisions. You know, there are some situations where it can cut certain staff that may turn into where we don't have anyone else to fulfill those duties and we'll be looking.
We would have to go back to outside.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
What would be, what would be ideal?
Can I step in for just a minute? Just as a former city employee, also as a current consultant and former consultant.
Okay.
It's very hard for an agency of this size to staff enough people to handle everything you can handle and have the expertise. So you can't, like most other agencies that are financially fit right now, are using consultants to do these sort of things. So I'm not gonna disagree with the potential cost savings, but it will also create risks if you don't have people with the requisite experience handling parts of construction, especially on a $10 million project.
Right, but we do have a contract engineer who we have with Suzanne Lutzis, who is overseeing that, and she is the engineer for the city, yes,
Fully aware of that.
yeah,
And there's two extremes. There's the extreme of having too many consultants, which we've experienced,
yes.
and the extreme of having no consultants. I get it.
Well, yeah, there's probably some analysis that can be done on what consultants were used for what and the costs associated. I think there should be some context given to the consultant issue so that you're fully informed.
But in the past, we had far too many, and that was where we got in trouble the last years with our budget too.
Well, what Ron just said, of being fully informed is important, you know, when we've had consultants do stuff for the city and the city council wasn't informed, that's not fair to the city council.
Right.
All right, any questions about services and facility operations? Hearing none, we're gonna move on. Okay, Parks and Recreation?
That's line two. Staffing, we're really, let's see, if I look at this. It's operation straight, I'm gonna give them a page.
Any questions about Parks and Recreation?
And I think it is worth noting, Tom, in the budget on that previous item, services and facilities, 23-24, wages and salaries were 75, and in 24-25, they were 127, and in this year, they are 178. Do you see that on which page? Go back, go back. Sorry, I'm working off it doesn't have page numbers on it, but it's on services and facilities administration.
60. That was, what was it? April 25, it says we have to consider. Yeah, Manny, I don't know, why was that?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it is on page 60,
60, yeah.
under salaries.
I don't know why the jump up was that high. At that point, just before that, two of the people who were in service and facilities were broken off, split off and put into parks, into positions there. That's when the parks positions were created, that they were internal. And I don't know if that was the drop then, when they were pulled out and put in the parks, but I don't know why it would go up there. And man, we haven't added any extra people, so I'm not sure why estimated and proposed, why it's up so high. We're not contract negotiations. We're not changing the staffing models.
I'd have to look at the salary model. It's probably capturing somebody.
Capture what?
It's probably capturing somebody. Additionally, it shouldn't
Yeah,
be, but I.
because we're not hiring anyone, we haven't lost anyone, and the salaries shouldn't go up that much. I mean, they basically go up with just COLA and step increases, so it shouldn't be that significant.
More questions on that? Okay, we're gonna move on.
I would just, the contract administrative specialist wasn't in the 2014 budget. So, I mean, so it doesn't show up. So that's when the source is increased.
Okay. Page 68, the services and facilities street. Back to Walter.
So we have a streets foreman, Pinochet, who also is helping with the airport, there's a significant amount there. And, 3 other. Oh, this is actually,
Is this new? I mean, the fact that we have no prior numbers other than the proposed budget for this year.
yes, I'm being confused about that.
We moved, all the stuff from, 245 into this new streets.
This is not, this is, so
So,
if I remember correctly, 420 was created to have a place for bulk water sales. So that the bulk water sales money can be set aside and used for stuff at the parks.
yes,
Yes, ballpark.
It's about $30,000 or $40,000 a year, not gonna support 1.4 employees. Something like that. So you moved them in, that didn't create revenue.
there's other parks.
4,200 parks and recreation. So I think this description is from the old budget somewhere or something.
No, this is actually new also. It's from last year too. It is a Fund 100 budget. It's a, part of the general fund. It's not part of, an extra fund. So 420 is the one that's actually housing the bulk water sales so that it carries over and not get swept into the general fund.
Right, so it started with the bulk water sale.
Yes.
It was more back when cannabis was big, you know, and that's a whole different discussion. But it's dropped down, so, I mean, that was the purpose of, that's why it was created. And it just goes to, it's gonna fall in the general fund anyway, but you're putting the positions in somewhere just it wasn't intended for same.
Tell me about the bulk water business. How are we doing?
No, this, but, Scott, Herman has a better historical, reference to it. It did very well when the grows were very popular and everything, and things were really strong in that business. It's gone down quite a bit. It's steady. When we have big construction projects like they're doing on the grade right now, we're getting significant amount of traffic for it. But it's bringing in, I think, less than a third of what it brought in previously at the time point.
Are they selling potable water too?
No, we do not sell potable water.
It's a park road.
I know it's, but is there a reason we're not selling potable water?
Has not been a call for it. We have the ability to do it. But if we try to sell potable water outside, and this came up with a recent project, we have to get LAFCO permission to sell potable water outside of our area. That has come up, but we can't, that has not gone through the process of LAFCO. We have the ability to do it from the hydrant at the fire department, but there's been no call for it within the city.
And we put in a hydrant on Franklin Street at one point, there was a hole there. They took it out.
For potable water?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. The only one now we have is one at the fire station.
That's the one we moved. We moved it when it was the draft, in 2014-15, we moved it then because with Garmin all that over, it just hooked it up to the well, yeah. They built called it Mount Wilson, because it sits up. So,
So right now, the only one we have is at the fire department, and there's been no call for it. There's very few haulers in the county who are licensed to haul water.
so it was $34,000 in bulk water sales last year. Right, so 34, that's what I see in 24, 25. So the issue I would have with it is the purpose it was established was to have a little bit of money to fix the bathrooms or fix the stuff at the rec road. And now it's just being eaten up in the $270,000 in expenses that are being put towards it.
Maybe we're overcharging for it.
Our fees are comparable. We've done studies, actually. I think you guys are higher than we are. Yeah.
I don't know that Ty Schuster might be a better,
I don't know, Rob. Back then it was, I don't know where it's at now, exactly.
Yeah, I can check on that, but I think we're pretty mid-range. We're not high on it. We're competitive. And we charge, there's a fee. Most of our money actually comes from the access fee and everything. The water prices are pretty inexpensive everywhere. but it's the access fee that we make us with our revenue off of it. So it's a flat rate fee, whether you have a water buffalo or a 4,000 gallon fender.
Well, I get that, but the other people selling water may not have. I don't
I
know.
mean, we can look at, are you talking about raising up a bit or something? Is that what you mean?
I'm talking about getting more income from selling water.
Right, right. Oh, if we had someone come to us needing potable water, we would sell it to them.
No, I mean, talking about the agricultural water, the non-potable water. I mean, that seems to be all of it now.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm just
Right.
questioning whether we are, we seem to be convenient, but whether we are
We are, yeah.
in the, whether we're competitive.
Oh, no, I know we're competitive. I just don't think that there's as big a need as there used to be, unfortunately. At one point, we were making well over $100,000 from what I've seen in past records. And like Rod said, now we're under 40, we're between 30 and 40,000. So it's dropped significantly, the income, but that's the nature of the business atmosphere in the county. So, yes.
I'm suggesting is it may not be just reflective of that, it may be reflective of our price.
I don't think so.
So,
I don't-
Yeah, when it paid for the fence at between the tracks, you know, the ball fields and the parking lot. It was meant to keep that money for those types of projects. For parks. And I mean, what I'm saying is that purpose is defeated by putting 1.5 staff against it and whatever other expenses are in here. But maybe vehicle maintenance and, maintenance supplies and whatever else is in your professional services, oh, that one's out.
So is that supposed to be in 4,100 or 4,200?
4,200.
42.
All right. Any more potable water discussion? Moving on to Measure K. We balanced it around quite a bit today.
If anyone wants to know, I have the price per gallon for the water. It's 0.012, and then it's $40 each load. So we're charging 1 cent per gallon plus the $40 a load.
Okay. All right, Measure K. Enough said about it, unless someone has a question. Thank you.
Actually make that $30 a load.
Okay, the special reserve funds, and they are covered somewhat on the very first piece of paper you got today, the fiscal year summary of working capital. Narcotic forfeiture, which we're very limited in how we can use it by law. 11.470.2 restitution has a little bit more leeway. The LEAA is a local program under their attorney. The DNA cost reimbursement, we're somewhat prohibited from using that for anything outside the DNA testing. And the general plan development and the PLHA housing rehabilitation or fund, I do not know about.
That DNA thing is kind of interesting. In here on the front of the other, yeah. Working capital of 130, I guess that doesn't.
129,000.
Doesn't represent income to it,
It just represents the fund balance.
fund balance.
So I asked about that during lunch, Bruce, and that fund is used to pay for DNA testing on major crimes and so forth, and the money that fund, we're very limited to how we can use it other than outside that scope. But please keep an eye.
For it to build $130,000 fund balance, we must get reimbursed more than it costs.
Which date?
No, it's a distribution. If I remember correctly, there's some sort of activity that.
They're not reimbursing us directly. It's a fund that then we are getting per capita.
Yeah,
City of San Francisco gets $1 million and we get
we get like a small, and then it just builds up over the years, and at some point, if we have something that's an eligible cost, then
Okay.
apply to it.
All right, any questions on this?
Well, the special funds, there's no total. What's cost here?
Yeah, they're just independently.
That's not the second time I voted. Right, you.
Velcro.
Okay, moving on to gas tax, street administration, traffic safety. Questions?
You know, I happen to have what's the revenue on the gas tax?
It is the, CUDA side, which is, they come out in like little subsections. And, it's basically highway users tax authority distributes. And each one of these sections has specific purposes. Mostly it's just for projects related to streets.
I know, but what is the revenue, annual revenue from gas tax?
Annual revenue for gas tax is somewhere around like 100 and something thousand, like, what do we got here, like,
Shows it on
Yeah,
69. Is that accurate?
which one?
Estimated annual for
Page 80.
Page 80, yeah.
KJE?
Why do we
I
pay
got
a
projected.
parks maintenance worker and a utility meter reader?
What do we want? Oh, the parks maintenance worker?
Yeah,
At one point in time, we had a utility meter reader on there. I don't know, I believe there was some sort of specific thing that they were doing when they were not doing meter reads and we moved them out and.
Yeah, they shouldn't
park
be
maintenance.
functioning.
Yeah. I'm not certain exactly what, that's just a leftover amount. I'd have to look at who that
parks
was.
maintenance versus.
Because these are maintenance workers, and so there may be something associated with that particular person.
No, they don't have anything with parks.
Okay, so then we would just remove them out of there.
Yeah.
So I get it now that RMRA is the gas tax.
Yes.
I thought it was kind of interesting. I have a little summary sheet for, for Cloverdale here. And, their gas tax revenue is 254. That's,
They also have a Renner fuel station there too.
we have a Renner fuel station, do we? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Well,
downtown lane.
On Shell.
The Shell lane on Shell, it
Yeah.
may not be Renner anymore, but
We have safely.
Civic Pride or something.
Yeah. So let's go on page 80, you have a proposed, for fiscal year 25-26 under the revenues, those seem rather high compared to what we actually experienced the year before. Could you express a little bit of that? Because last year we received close to 70,000 and we're estimated to receive 197,000. That's a,
I believe that there's some, right now, there's, some accruals that need to be done to complete the estimated annual.
okay, so maybe that 69,000 is a little low right now.
Yeah, it's a little low.
Okay.
Do you think it'll be more than 23, 24, which was 106?
Right.
I believe we already have those numbers in, so I'll take another look and make sure that those are correct.
Thank you. All right.
Any questions, any more on that? We're moving on to public works, street maintenance.
This should be transportation tax.
I mean, I would just, again, slow on it, but the foundational issue back in 2003 for going for the absent sales tax.
Measure
Was that this was primary funding for any street maintenance and repair.
Yeah.
And it was less than, but
Yeah, it's about 400,000. They created an expenditure report on things that they felt were eligible at the time. So, yeah,
anyway, that kind of what spawned the.
Any questions about street maintenance? Which I will say, if you look at the streets of Willits now compared to 10 years ago, they are in much better shape. Although, as mayor, I think I know where every pothole is in this city because people tell me.
And you get disc for the potholes, and then when you pave the street, you get just for people driving to the house.
Yeah, it's a no-win situation. Right now, unfortunately, because of the budget, we have a lot of our capital improvement projects on hold. We look at smaller ones, we try to combine as much as we can. In the future, we're gonna look at more funding sources and see what we can do. All in all, yes, we have some really bad streets, we're trying to take care of the worst of them. Hopefully in the future, we'll be able to find also bigger projects. But in comparison to places like Ukiah and other communities, I think we're doing pretty well. You know, for resources.
We're doing very well. So I just want to confirm, Caltrans has responsibility from the south end of town to the full intersection of Flower and Main. And then on Flower, all the way to where the city limit is. Is that Caltrans 100% responsibility?
After that, correct, further out, yes,
Yes, but everything I just described is all Caltrans' responsibility.
yes.
And they have zero responsibility for what used to be known as Main Street.
That was all turned over to us.
So who owns the intersection? Do we have any responsibility for the intersection, the main intersection?
Highway 20 intersection?
Yeah.
No, Caltrans does, and they control that. That's why when, Starbucks went in, they were very much involved in the traffic there
Okay.
and lights and everything. And
Thank you, Robin.
the flock cameras, the contractor put it in there right away and they just talked about that. So they control that. We have an easement for the Highway 20 part that we maintain there. So, yes.
We may want to review the relinquishment agreement, because for some reason I recall that there was a shared cost responsibility for maintaining the traffic lights and that kind of stuff.
I got the impression that they own basically basically half of it, and that we might be responsible for the South Street and maybe potentially the
left turn.
There's a map that we have. They have a controlled area in that intersection. We also get, we have a contract with them because we do street sweeping on some of their sections. And so we get revenue from that, for street sweeping. We use our street sweeper and have a contract with Caltrans to take care of it for them. Yes. So there's a little bit of crossover in a few things from Caltrans, yes.
So this got asked to me the other day, Walter, and it's a bit too broad, but apparently there's a project over on the coast where Caltrans contractors are bringing in rocks.
Oh, yeah, they are.
And they're coming in from the north end instead of going all the way around to Caltrans property and using the street. Do we have any remuneration we're getting from them for the damage they're doing for us, or is that?
Joe, that's a problem. I was contacted 3 or 4 months ago by County DOT, their director, and Kent Stanley, with concerns about the project that was going on in the grade. And that's Caltrans project, and they were gonna be bringing, all their spoils and materials, a huge amount, out to their site out on, out on East Hill. The county has a piece of property out there, I mean, Caltrans does, that they had while they were building the bypass, and they used that to dump spoils out there. County DOT was very concerned about the damage they were gonna do to the roads, and of course, our roads too, on Bechtel, East Hill Valley, East Hill. And county council contacted them, and basically the DOT shot them down, said that city or the county does not have any say in any of their projects and their trucks that go through there. We would have to sue them. And from what I understand in the past, maybe Rod knows about this, when they did the bypass, apparently they did some damage to some of the things on East Hill, some of the infrastructure there, and they wound up having to replace it or do some paving work. But it took a lot to do that to get into.
I can tell you what happened there if you want to know.
Yeah.
We, in the contract that we signed, in the relinquishment contract that we signed with Caltrans, it was that they were not permitted to use city streets or roads to build the bypass. They told us they were gonna have a temporary road go along the right of way, so they signed the contract that said they wouldn't use city streets and roads, and then they came out and wanted to go out the sewer plant road to obviously access the viaduct there and build their structures, and we said, time out. And Larry was on the council then, I remember, because, anyway, as a settlement of that disagreement, we agreed that they could use the street and roads if we rebuilt and repaved East Hill Road at the end of the project.
So that was a specific project, so we would have to do that and be able to get any,
Well, the
Money
only
back
thing
to them.
that gave us leverage to do that is this item in the contract that said you will not use city streets or roads, and it turned into a fight, and the contractor hired a local attorney to represent them, and the city of Willits took a stance that they ultimately backed down from.
but
Yeah, that's where that rebuilding came from.
so Caltrans does not reimburse us if they do damage to the roads on any of the projects, the states,
I mean, and
the state overrides.
Everybody- I think the logic is that I pay highway use tax, I pay all these taxes, and I have the right to use public streets.
We even looked at it from the standpoint of, the weight limits in CHP and DOT, rules and regulations, and they don't have to abide by that. We even talked to CHP about that.
I mean, I think it is a little, if you look at the planning documents regarding the freeway, the truck route to Highway 20 is to use the southern interchange.
Yes,
But, and we argued at the time, well, that is, you can sign it, but it isn't how you then, how do you force that to happen?
Yeah.
And, you can't, I guess you could, and because we have an industry going on, on Commercial Street, and we have it on San Francisco Avenue, to put, you could put a load limit on North Main Street, but you would shut down every business you have, all your industrial business that has 80,000 pound trucks.
and there might be something on the books, Rod, do you,
Well, we're still on the budget meeting. We're still on the budget meeting. Let's
yeah, okay,
focus on budget, please. All right, so we finished streets and maintenance, Bruce.
No, I agree.
Okay. All right, so we have gone through this page by page. And honestly, I'll say the words of our interim city manager, we haven't made any hard decisions. Where do we go from here?
We'd like to go first. I mean, I think we've reached some conclusions about what we're expecting next week at our city council meeting. We're gonna get some numbers on that, but basically we need to be provided options. I think we're just continually redefining the problem. We know we don't have enough money and we need to get some. So we need to get some options from the managers, find out what they have to say about that, and that'll be filtered to you probably, and then be presented with some issues. We also need to verify that we whether we do or whether we don't. I believe that we do, but it doesn't matter. We look into whether we need a 30-day public hearing for the budget to be passed, which means we're going to have to probably could have a continuing resolution before we get another month. So that's also probably something that needs to be taken care of next week as that goes on. Once we see that information, then we'll have to make decisions one way or the other. And honestly, if they don't make the hard decisions as a big manager, we're going to have to do it ourselves. And we heard one proposal already about what that means, and that means cutting jumps.
Cutting jumps, it does.
So we don't want to do that. We hope we can avoid doing that, and let's see if we can get some options that help us avoid doing that, including moving some Measure K money and looking into the succession funding and a lot of other stuff. But that's where I see ourselves at, Mr. Mayor.
Manny, what do you want to weigh in on? You were given a lot of tasks today to have ready before next Wednesday. Is everything we asked you reasonable, or you gonna need some help?
Seems reasonable, I still have staff that can help me out with this.
Okay,
But, as it comes to, we're gonna need to meet.
to the city manager,
And to the city.
to the directors have to meet to find out the tough decisions.
Well, I think we need,
Sorry.
I mean, we now need a budget workshop on the enterprise funds as well. And put those on put those in next city council meeting, I guess.
We can go to midnight next Wednesday, that's
So
fine.
there, well, yeah, those would be shorter, but you'd want to bring back changes to and look at the whole budget and be ready to decisions. I think the enterprise funds will be easier as long as you look at the staff allocations and we're good with it, but, I don't know if it's if it's reasonable to have something ready for an agenda packet by Friday.
True.
So that, I mean, that's 2 days. So, would the council entertain a special meeting potentially? It'll be later in the week, but much days we have less than a month.
10 or 11.
Excellent, is that already?
Thanks, Mark.
I'm thinking we can take that.
Maybe like 26th on a Tuesday before the meeting or 28th after the meeting?
Tied up on the 28th.
Bruce, does the 26th look okay for you? You're a businessman.
You know, I have,
It's Tuesday.
yeah. I
If
mean,
we're not gonna have
I
it
do it
ready,
in the evening. I'm not interested in doing anything in the daytime.
if we're not gonna have it ready for next Wednesday's meeting, how are we gonna have the agenda ready for a special meeting on Tuesday?
If we have a special meeting, it's 24 hours notice. We wouldn't have to have everything ready.
I can have.
We'd have to have something.
The enterprise funds
I
ready.
have to post it on Monday, first thing.
Okay, so Bruce, what about 3 o'clock on Tuesday?
Not Tuesday.
4.
4 o'clock on Tuesday? How does 4 o'clock on Tuesday work?
What's the date?
Tuesday's the 26th. Does that work? For enterprise fund.
Okay, enterprise funds, special meeting, right?
3 o'clock.
4 o'clock, Bruce said.
That works. 4 o'clock on Tuesday, special meeting.
Okay?
And at that time, are we gonna see some of this information? No. I mean, we should be clear
I
about
think there are
it.
some things that have to be revised that we've talked about.
Okay.
There's some revisions necessary, some clarifications.
Good. Okay.
We can probably talk about.
Maybe a recap.
Well, I think in the effort to try and make some decision that gives guidance to the people that are having, that we're making decisions that we're unwilling to make today. I think we need to come up with a position on Measure K and the successor agency, that those funds are not to be used to solve this budget dilemma. Because if those, I mean, keep it out there, then, those out there, then, I mean, it's the difference of one target versus another. And so we've got to have we've got to provide some guidance here.
Well, the guidance right now is to the city manager and to the directors of telling us, basically, if you had to have layoffs, where would they be? Where would they be? What percentage?
How much do you want laid off? How much money are you trying to spend?
The directors here heard everything we're talking about, and nobody in this room could answer that question that you just asked. How much are we wanting to lay off? We don't know the answer.
We do. Rod,
He says $5 million.
multiple times.
He said $5 million. And so we would lay off every employee of the city.
You at least, sorry.
Well, maybe we should get an opinion, like among the council members, or we clearly have a different opinion about.
I think we're looking for 2 million and change.
Yeah, but you just mentioned that we should not use Measure K and use that facility. Okay.
I'm
we all agree
trying
with
to
that?
fix, I'm trying to fix a structural
The structural
problem,
problem.
Sure.
okay? I'm not trying to put a Band-Aid on it. I'm trying to start a fix of a structural problem. And I don't,
Okay, so $2 million is 20 positions.
or it's 10 positions and 10%, and some cuts. Shut down the swimming pool, shut down healthcare, shut down, I mean, it is, yeah, it's stuff. Or.
Rod, you wanted to say something.
Well, when we say $5 million, that's I think you have to look at this as a 5-year projection, not as do it all this year, right? So it doesn't have to happen this year, but you have to have a plan in place that shows over this time frame, this is how we're going to get the finances back in good standing. I think Measure K, for my opinion, is a stopgap potential to give more time to actually do that analysis. Because I want to say the full breadth or the full depth of the problem didn't become completely apparent until last week. Right? Say last week when we got the information, Andy helped put it together, and as we talk through things and we talk about where things are being charged, other thing, that's how that number grows, and really thinking about how to address the issue long term is important. And it does have to take into account the purpose of Measure K. And so I'm trying to think of a best way to move forward and not have to try to cram this all together by Tuesday, right? Because I don't think that a good solid response and plan can be compiled by Tuesday. Could be wrong. I think more information with respect to the enterprise funds and further discussion ready to go on Tuesday. More of the same type of discussion to get
The rest of the budget.
get better understanding the complete budget. Yeah. So. I don't think I offered a good next step there, just some different alternatives, but those are the things that are running through my head.
So Doris, will you please make sure that for the Wednesday agenda, our fiscal discussion is the last item tonight, because it's gonna go till midnight. So I don't want someone, if they're here to talk about something else, and they don't wanna hear about the financial, have to sit through it, please. But on Wednesday, we'll be here a long time. On Tuesday, we'll be here starting at 4, and it'll probably go till 10.
I think the enterprise fund will go fairly quick. I think the doggone airport one is maybe it'll be a short discussion, but it's a big problem.
Something to think about. Weekend.
Okay, is there any more topic of this that we haven't discussed that the council wants to discuss? Okay, I'll open it up for public comment at the close. You've heard everything. Sabrina, glad you were here at the end, but hope you can go back and look at everything.
I will, I'll listen to the
Okay.
recording.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? It's 3:43, the meeting's adjourned.